Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into the softly lit world of 1950s motherhood, where a polished crib, a folded receiving blanket, a glass baby bottle, and a thick parenting book could make a nursery look calm enough for a magazine advertisement. The baby is sleeping for the moment. The curtains are drawn. A clock ticks beside the bed. Everything appears orderly, which is fortunate, because the mother sitting nearby has already been handed a list of responsibilities large enough to require its own filing cabinet. She's expected to keep the baby clean, well-fed, emotionally secure, properly stimulated, safely disciplined, medically supervised, socially acceptable, and somehow cheerful about the entire arrangement. She must trust her instincts, of course, while also remembering that doctors, magazines, relatives, neighbours, nurses, teachers, and advertisements are standing nearby with clipboards. The public image of motherhood is warm, natural, and almost effortless. The private experience is closer to managing a very small, unpredictable household executive who cannot explain what is wrong, but is fully prepared to announce it at 3 a.m. Tonight's story is about that contradiction, how motherhood was praised as a woman's deepest instinct, while mothers were continually instructed, corrected, compared, and quietly graded for nearly everything their children did. Before we settle into the nursery, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy these quiet journeys into the forgotten rules, ordinary rooms, and hidden pressures of old America. Tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is there, and also tell me this. What parenting rule did your mother, grandmother, or another older relative follow? Because that was simply how it was done. Maybe the baby had to be fed exactly on schedule. Maybe children were never allowed to leave the table before finishing their milk. Maybe a crying child was picked up immediately, or perhaps everyone was warned that too much comforting would produce a tiny domestic tyrant. Many of these episodes begin with your memories and suggestions, so keep them coming. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, pull the blanket a little higher, and let your shoulders relax. The nursery is quiet for the moment. The radio in the next room is low. Somewhere in the kitchen, a bottle is cooling in a saucepan. We have several hours before dawn, although the baby has not agreed to that arrangement. What did an ordinary mother actually believe she was supposed to know? How often should a newborn eat? And what happened if the baby became hungry before the approved time? Was crying a request, a habit, a medical clue, or the first stage of a character defect that would one day inconvenience the entire neighbourhood? How clean did the bottles need to be? How warm did the room need to feel? And how many times could a mother call the doctor before she was considered foolish? Could she admit that she was frightened? Could she admit that she was tired? What happened when the baby failed to gain the expected amount of weight, slept too little, slept too much, refused a feeding, developed a rash, or simply behaved? Unlike the calm infants pictured in magazine advertisements, and beneath all those practical questions waited a deeper one. If motherhood was supposed to be natural, why did it require so many books, charts, schedules, warnings, measurements, and experts to explain whether you were doing it correctly? Congratulations! You've just woken up in 1955. You're a young mother in a modest American home, although the exact location could be a new suburban development, a small city apartment, a rural farmhouse, a military housing unit, or a crowded house shared with relatives. The details vary, but the pressure is recognizable. Beside your bed sits a thick baby care book, its spine already softened from use. A folded diaper rests on the chair. The nightlight glows weakly against the wallpaper. Your husband is asleep. The baby is making a small, uncertain sound from the crib, the sort of sound that may mean hunger, discomfort, loneliness, gas illness, or simply an objection to being alive at this particular hour. You've been told to remain calm. Calmness is important. Calmness is apparently another household supply like soap or clean towels, and you're expected to maintain a steady inventory. The clock reads 2:17. The baby makes the sound again. Your first examination of the day has begun before the day has technically arrived. The book beside the bed represents something genuinely helpful. By the middle of the 20th century, many American parents had greater access to pediatric advice, public health information, hospital care, vaccination guidance, and practical explanations of infant development than earlier generations had known. A widely read child care manual, first published after the Second World War, encouraged many mothers to be less rigid, more affectionate, and somewhat more confident in their own judgment. That reassurance mattered. Yet reassurance could easily become another standard to meet. You were supposed to trust yourself, but not recklessly. You were supposed to consult the doctor, but not panic. You were supposed to respond lovingly, but not create dependency. You were supposed to maintain a routine, but remain flexible. The advice did not always agree, and families interpreted it through local custom, religion, income, race, medical access, and the forceful opinions of older relatives. One grandmother might insist that the baby needed another blanket. A nurse might warn against overheating. A neighbour might recommend a feeding schedule with the confidence of someone directing aircraft traffic. The baby, meanwhile, had developed an independent policy and declined to circulate it in writing. Morning would bring visible tasks. Diapers would need washing or collecting. Bottles would need preparing. Bedding would need changing. The baby's face, scalp, fingernails, skin appetite, stool, sleep, and temperature would all become evidence to examine. But the heaviest work began before any of those objects were touched. It was the mental work of watching. A mother listened for changes in the cry, checked the colour of the skin, noticed whether the hands felt cool, remembered the last feeding, counted the hours of sleep, and tried to decide which variation was ordinary and which might be dangerous. Much of this attention came from love. Much of it also came from fear, because infant illness was not an abstract historical topic when the child in the crib was yours. Access to doctors and hospitals remained unequal, especially across rural areas, segregated communities, low-income households and families without reliable transportation. For some mothers, professional advice arrived through clinics or government pamphlets. For others, it came through relatives, churches, neighbourhood networks, or a doctor who might be many miles away. The national image showed one confident white mother in a spotless nursery. Real American motherhood was far larger, more complicated, and far less evenly supplied. By breakfast, the house would begin treating the baby's condition as a report on the mother. A contented infant suggested competence. A fussy infant invited theories. If the baby cried in public, someone might decide the child was hungry, spoiled, overtired, underdressed, overdressed, improperly held, or suffering from the mysterious consequences of modern parenting. If the child gained weight, slept well, and smiled at visitors, the mother might receive praise for outcomes she could not fully control. If the child struggled, she might receive blame for the same reason. This was one of the quiet cruelties inside the ideal of perfect motherhood. The child was a person, but the culture often treated the child as the mother's final examination paper. Her work was supposed to be instinctive, yet every result could be inspected. Her devotion was praised, yet her fatigue was treated as poor organization. Her anxiety was understandable, but too much visible anxiety might itself be blamed for making the child nervous. So she learned to smooth the blanket, answer the questions, and say that everything was fine while privately wondering whether fine was something other mothers actually achieved or merely said more convincingly. The baby in the crib gives another small cry. You reach down, lift the warm, surprisingly heavy little body against your shoulder, and feel the room change. The book's charts, warnings, and opinions do not disappear, but for a moment they become quieter. There is affection here, real and immediate. There is also exhaustion. Both can occupy the same chair. You pace beside the bed, listening to the clock and waiting for the child to settle, knowing that in a few minutes you must decide whether to feed now or hold to the schedule written on the page beside you. That small decision will open the next chapter of this night, because in the 1950s even hunger could become a debate about discipline, science, instinct, and the future personality of a person who currently cannot hold up their own head. The nursery remains dim, the bottle waits in the kitchen, and the clock moves toward the hour when advice becomes practice. The clock was not merely telling time, it was telling you whether you were a sensible mother. At 2:20 in the morning, the baby's cry rises from the crib in short, uncertain bursts, and your eyes move automatically toward the feeding schedule on the dresser. The last feeding was recorded in pencil. The next one is not supposed to happen yet. Depending on the hospital, doctor, book, nurse, relative, and confident woman across the street, an infant might be expected to eat at regular intervals, to wait until a proper hour, or to be fed when hunger appeared. The advice varied, but the mother still had to make one decision in one dark room with one increasingly dissatisfied baby. You place a hand on the child's stomach, adjust the blanket, check the diaper, lift the small body to your shoulder, and begin the slow walk between crib and window. Perhaps the crying will stop. Perhaps it will not. The clock continues its work with the detached authority of an official who has never comforted anyone. 3 minutes pass. The child does not appear impressed by the schedule. Regular feeding had a practical appeal. A predictable routine promised order in a household that had recently welcomed a person with no respect for clocks, sleep, clean clothing, or adult plans. If a baby ate at known hours, the mother could prepare bottles, arrange naps, wash diapers, cook meals, and perhaps sit down before the next demand arrived. Hospitals and childcare advice often offered schedules because schedules looked scientific, modern, and manageable. They turned the mysterious needs of an infant into a set of times that could be written on paper. Yet babies were not equally large, equally healthy, equally hungry, or equally patient. Some slept through the expected hour. Others began protesting well before it. A mother might be told that immediate feeding rewarded crying, while another source encouraged her to respond to hunger rather than the minute hand. She could therefore be judged for feeding too soon, waiting too long, waking a sleeping baby, allowing a baby to sleep nursing too often, or not nursing often enough. This was remarkably efficient. Nearly every possible decision came with its own criticism. You carry the baby toward the kitchen, where the floor feels cold through your slippers, and a weak bulb casts a yellow circle over the sink. If you are breastfeeding, the work may look simple to anyone not doing it. There is no saucepan, no measured formula, and no bottle to warm, so the household may assume that nothing complicated is happening. Your body has simply become part of the equipment. Feeding may be comfortable, painful, difficult, uncertain, or interrupted by worry over whether the baby is receiving enough. Some mothers had strong support from relatives or nurses. Others faced embarrassment, discouragement, medical advice that favoured another method, pressure to follow rigid times, or practical obstacles created by paid work and household demands. Commercial formula and home-prepared mixtures offered alternatives and sometimes genuine relief, especially when breastfeeding was not possible or did not go well. They also created more measuring, washing, heating, cooling, and expense. The cultural promise was that modern motherhood provided choices. The private reality was that whichever choice you made, someone was often prepared to explain why the other one proved greater devotion. The child begins to root against your shoulder, making the decision more obvious, even if the schedule remains unconvinced. You sit in the kitchen chair, gathering the robe around your knees, and listen to the refrigerator hum. If feeding at night is intimate, repetitive work, the baby pauses, swallows, fusses, begins again, and occasionally drifts towards sleep before finishing. You must keep yourself awake, adjust the position, protect the clean cloth over your shoulder, and remember which side or how many ounces while your own mind moves through fog. There is no audience for this shift. No magazine photographer records the crooked posture, the aching back, the damp gown, or the strange loneliness of being awake while the rest of the house belongs to sleep. The ideal mother is serene in these pictures. Her hair remains arranged. Her expression suggests that 2 a.m. is a lovely private appointment. Your reflection in the dark window offers a less promotional interpretation. You're not unhappy. You may feel tremendous tenderness. You're also so tired that the sugar bowl briefly resembles an excellent place to rest your head. Then comes the question of quantity. A bottle offers visible measurement which can be reassuring and alarming in equal proportions. You can see how much the baby drank, but you can also see exactly how much remains. The unfinished ounce sits at the bottom, like a written comment from an examiner. Was the child full sleepy, ill-distracted, or simply unwilling to complete the assignment? A nursing mother cannot count ounces so easily, and may watch instead for swallowing sleep-weight gain. Wet diapers and the opinions of professionals. Either way, feeding transforms the baby's body into a collection of clues. The mother remembers the last meal, the length of the feeding, the burp that did or did not happen, and whether the child seemed satisfied afterward. She may keep notes because the doctor will ask. She may keep notes because she no longer trusts her exhausted memory. She may keep notes because writing the facts down creates the comforting impression that the situation is under control. The baby has eaten for 14 minutes. This is data. Data is calmer than fear. Burping introduces another quiet campaign. You lift the infant upright, protect your shoulder with a cloth, and begin patting the small back with careful persistence. Too lightly, and perhaps nothing happens. Too firmly, and you feel barbaric. The baby's head rests against your neck, warm and heavy, while you wait for the tiny sound that will confirm successful completion of the procedure. A few minutes pass, you change position, you walk, you pat again. The clock advances. Somewhere, advice has assured you that this step is important, though it has not explained how long civilization must wait for a burp that may have no intention of arriving. At last, there is a small release of air followed by a larger release of milk onto your robe. The baby appears relieved. Your clothing has made a sacrifice to medical progress. You clean the child's mouth, change the cloth, and decide whether the feeding is finished or whether the crying will begin again the moment you return to bed. This cycle could be especially hard on mothers whose nights were followed by paid work, farm labour, older children, long bus rides, or households without anyone available to share the burden. The cheerful domestic ideal often assumed a private bedroom, reliable heat, clean water, an accessible doctor, sufficient food, and a husband whose earnings supported the family. Many women lived outside that picture. Some shared rooms with relatives, some worked shifts, some relied on older children, neighbours, grandparents, or informal childcare. Black mothers facing segregated medical systems and unequal employment opportunities often had to combine infant care with paid labour, under conditions the mainstream parenting magazines barely acknowledged. Rural mothers might be separated from medical help by miles of road. Working-class mothers could not always organize life around the recommended timetable because factories, laundries, offices, stores and buses had schedules of their own. Expert advice might describe the ideal routine. Real mothers negotiated with the world available to them. By 3:15, the baby is finally quiet. You lower the child into the crib one careful inch at a time, keeping a hand beneath the head and another under the back. The mattress receives the small body. You wait. The face tightens, then relaxes. One hand opens beside the cheek. You remain bent over the crib because standing too quickly might disturb the delicate agreement. The schedule on the dresser no longer looks quite so authoritative. You fed early or late or for too long, depending on which rule is being applied. Yet the baby is warm breathing evenly and asleep. That fact feels more useful than the pencil marks. You return to bed knowing the next cry may come before dawn, and that tomorrow someone may ask whether the child is on a good schedule, as though the household has successfully negotiated a treaty. For now, the room settles. The clock keeps moving, and in the kitchen the bottles, cloths and saucepans wait for morning, when feeding will become not only a matter of hunger, but a test of cleanliness. The saucepan was no longer simply a saucepan. By 6:30 in the morning it had become a laboratory, a sanitation department and a small court of maternal judgment. The baby was asleep again, but the kitchen had already resumed its examination of you. Glass bottles stood near the sink beside rubber nipples, metal caps, measuring spoons, a bottle brush, folded cloths, and the pan reserved for boiling equipment. The linoleum felt cold beneath your feet. Steam clouded the window above the sink. A radio murmured softly from the counter while you inspected each bottle for a faint film of milk, a hidden crack or some invisible threat that might be waiting inside the glass with malicious professional ambition. You washed, rinsed, brushed, boiled, lifted, drained, and arranged every piece on a clean surface, trying not to touch anything that had just been made clean. This was the practical side of modern infant care. Germs could cause real illness. Clean equipment mattered, and public health advice had helped families prevent infections that earlier generations could not always control. But the emotional lesson was broader. If cleanliness protected the baby, then any illness might feel like evidence that you had failed clean enough. Bottle preparation demanded a peculiar combination of precision and domestic improvisation. Depending on the household, a mother might use a commercially prepared infant formula, a mixture recommended by a physician, or a home-prepared formula based on ingredients such as evaporated milk water and a measured carbohydrate. The exact instructions varied by doctor, clinic, year and child, which meant the kitchen could become a place where medical guidance was translated into spoons, cups, pans, and anxious arithmetic. Water might need boiling. Bottles might be filled in advance and stored in the refrigerator. Nipples had to be checked so the opening released milk neither too quickly nor too slowly. Too large a hole could make the baby choke or swallow too fast. Too small a hole could produce a furious child and a mother wondering whether she had somehow manufactured an equipment failure before breakfast. You held the bottle upside down, watched the drops fall, and tried to remember whether the nurse had said they should come steadily or one at a time. The rubber nipple, which weighed almost nothing, had acquired the authority of a mechanical inspector. The ritual was tiring, partly because each step had to be performed while ordinary household life continued around it. Breakfast dishes waited. An older child needed help finding a shoe. Laundry had begun collecting with the optimism of an industry expecting expansion. If your husband was preparing for work, the kitchen also had coffee, toast, eggs, and newspaper, and the expectation that the morning should feel normal. Yet the infant bottles occupied the stove and counter like visiting officials. You measured carefully because too much water or too little formula could be dangerous, and because the instructions had transformed approximation into moral risk. The experienced aunt who said she'd always judged by eye now seemed either wonderfully confident or alarmingly lawless. You wiped the measuring spoon level, checked the quantity again, and listened for the baby. The process promised scientific certainty, but it depended on an exhausted person standing in a warm kitchen while several other tasks demanded attention. Modern efficiency had arrived. It had brought additional equipment. Cleanliness itself was not one simple national routine. A middle-class suburban kitchen with running hot water, reliable refrigeration, a gas or electric stove and enough bottles for an entire day created one kind of schedule. A rural household with a well-limited refrigeration or a distant doctor created another. A family living in a crowded apartment might share a kitchen or have little counter space for drying equipment. Low-income mothers could face the cost of formula fuel, medical visits and replacement bottles. Black families living under segregation often encountered unequal hospital care, restricted access to clinics, poor housing conditions and public health advice that demanded standards without providing equal resources to meet them. Some women relied on relatives with long practical experience. Others received pamphlets from government agencies, instructions from maternity wards, or advice from visiting nurses. The printed guidance might assume a private sink and uncontaminated water supply, and a refrigerator humming nearby. History often remembers the instruction. It is worth remembering the kitchen in which someone had to carry it out. Advertising added another voice to the room. Infant feeding products were presented as modern, dependable, carefully designed, and increasingly convenient. Bottles could be praised for their shape. Nipples promised more natural feeding. Sterilizing equipment suggested order. Prepared foods and formulas offered scientific reassurance to mothers who had been told that the child's development depended on exact nutrition. These products could provide real help, especially when breastfeeding was difficult, medically inadvisable, socially discouraged, or incompatible with paid work. Yet every helpful object also created a new standard. Once a better bottle existed, perhaps the old bottle became irresponsible. Once a new sterilizer appeared, perhaps the saucepan looked inadequate. Once a formula was described as carefully balanced, the mother mixing something at home could wonder whether the baby was receiving a lesser version of modern childhood. The advertisement rarely showed the cost, the washing, the midnight preparation, or the woman reading the label for the fourth time because sleep deprivation had temporarily removed her confidence in numbers. Then there was the fear of contamination, which could turn the ordinary kitchen into a map of possible danger. The dishcloth might be dirty. The countertop might not be clean enough. A fly near the window suddenly became a hostile aircraft. A bottle left out too long could no longer be trusted. Milk spoiled. Rubber deteriorated. Hands touched doorknobs. Children touched everything. And the baby placed nearly every reachable object into its mouth, with the dedication of a researcher testing household immunity. Mothers were advised to wash carefully, cover containers, refrigerate properly, and keep equipment protected. Much of that advice was sound. The burden came from the way responsibility settled almost entirely on one person. If the baby developed diarrhea, vomited, or failed to thrive, a frightened mother might search backward through every step she had taken. Did she boil the bottle long enough? Did she cool it too slowly? Had the nipple touched the counter? Had she washed her hands after answering the telephone? The cause of illness might have nothing to do with her actions, but perfect motherhood encouraged a private investigation in which she was always the leading suspect. By mid-morning, the bottles stood in a neat row inside the refrigerator, each one filled, capped, and waiting. The arrangement looked satisfying. It was visible proof that several future feedings had been anticipated, measured, and placed under control. You closed the refrigerator door and wiped the counter, but the work had not ended. Used bottles would return. Nipples would need scrubbing. The saucepan would appear again. The baby's appetite might change, a bottle might be rejected, or an entire feeding might come back onto a clean dress minutes after being swallowed. Still, there was pride in the routine. Mothers developed speed judgment and practical knowledge that no advertisement could fully teach. They learned the sound of a bottle beginning to boil dry, the correct warmth against the wrist, the difference between ordinary fussing and something wrong. Their skill was real, even when the culture treated it as instinct rather than labour. Soon, however, all that invisible expertise would be reduced to one visible number. At the paediatrician's office, the baby would be undressed, placed on a cold scale, and weighed. The bottles could be spotless. The schedule could be exact. But if the number disappointed the chart, the kitchen would be questioned all over again. The scale did not know your name, how little you had slept, or how many bottles you had scrubbed before sunrise. It knew only the number. By 10 in the morning, you're sitting in a paediatrician's waiting room, with the baby bundled against your chest, surrounded by polished wooden chairs, a low table of worn magazines, and several other mothers performing the same careful inspection of one another without appearing to look. One baby is plump and cheerful. Another is crying with impressive stamina. A third sleeps beneath a knitted blanket while his mother whispers that he has always been a good sleeper, a statement delivered casually enough to sound accidental and precisely enough to become a comparison. Your own child has refused part of the morning feeding and developed a faint patch of dry skin near one ear. Neither detail may matter. Both have occupied your thoughts since breakfast. When the nurse finally calls your name, you enter a small examination room that smells of disinfectant powder and warm wool. The baby is undressed, the diaper is removed, and the small body is placed on a metal scale lined with paper. The child protests. The needle moves. Everyone waits. Weight carried enormous emotional power because it seemed objective. A mother might be uncertain whether the baby looked healthy, whether the cries were ordinary, or whether a feeding had been sufficient, but the scale produced a number that appeared clean and undeniable. The nurse recorded it beside the previous visit. The doctor might compare the result with expected patterns of growth, ask how much the child ate, and examine the skin, mouth, ears, chest, abdomen reflexes, and general alertness. Much of this medical attention was valuable. Regular infant examinations could identify illness, nutritional problems, and developmental concerns. For mothers with access to reliable care, the paediatric office could provide reassurance that no relative, neighbour, or magazine column could match. Yet reassurance depended heavily on tone. A calm explanation might allow a frightened mother to breathe again. A raised eyebrow, a hurried question, or a remark about insufficient gain could follow her home and take up residence beside the formula tin. The doctor might mean that the baby should simply be watched. The mother could hear that she had already allowed something important to go wrong. Growth charts and developmental expectations offered useful ways to observe children over time, but in ordinary conversation they could become scoreboards. Mothers compared when babies smiled, rolled over, sat upright, crawled, stood, walked, spoke, slept through the night, used a spoon, and finally surrendered the diaper. Child development specialists had spent decades studying patterns of physical and behavioral growth, and mid-century parents increasingly encountered milestone language through doctors, clinics, books, and magazines. The sensible purpose was to understand general development and notice when a child might need help. The social effect could be less gentle. A baby who sat early became evidence of remarkable intelligence. A child who walked late might inspire worried telephone calls. A toddler who spoke in complete sentences gave one mother a story for the grocery store, while another went home and asked a silent child to say ball with the concentration of a diplomatic negotiator. Children inconveniently did not develop according to identical calendars. The chart described a range. The anxious household often remembered only the line. The doctor begins asking questions. How often does the baby feed? How much is taken at each bottle? Is there vomiting? Are the bowel movements regular? How many hours of sleep? Does the child startle at sound, follow movement with the eyes? Hold the head steadily, respond to your face? You answer as carefully as possible, but sleep deprivation has made time feel unreliable. Was the long nap yesterday or the day before? Did the baby finish 4 ounces at the last feeding, or was that the previous one? You've written some details in a notebook which now feels either wonderfully responsible or slightly obsessive. The doctor listens to the chest while the baby squirms, then asks whether you're nervous. This question is difficult because there are several acceptable answers and only one truthful one. Too much anxiety might be treated as part of the problem. Too little concern might suggest carelessness. So you say that you worry occasionally but not excessively, and try to look like a woman whose emotions have been professionally measured. The baby kicks the doctor's sleeve. At least one person in the room remains honest. Medical authority in the 1950s was not experienced equally. A mother in a prosperous neighbourhood might have an established paediatrician, a telephone, a family automobile, and enough money for regular appointments. Another might rely on a general practitioner public clinic, visiting nurse charity service, or advice passed through relatives because specialist care was distant or unaffordable. Rural families often travelled farther. Black families could face segregated hospitals, restricted medical facilities, disrespectful treatment, and unequal access to specialists. Immigrant mothers might navigate instructions in unfamiliar language or encounter professionals who dismissed established family knowledge without offering clear alternatives. The polished waiting room in a parenting advertisement implied that expert care was simply available to anyone responsible enough to seek it. Real life involved transportation wages, clinic hours, prejudice-crowded facilities, and the practical problem of bringing several children along because no one else could watch them. When a mother missed an appointment, the record might show absence. It did not show the bus route, the lost pay, or the child waiting at home with a fever. The examination continued beyond wait. The doctor checked the baby's length and head measurement, watched movement, and asked about feeding, sleep rashes, coughing, and general behaviour. Vaccination schedules and preventive care added more dates to remember. The mother carried home instructions, sometimes printed, sometimes spoken quickly, while she tried to dress a crying infant. A physician might recommend changing the formula, adjusting feeding times, introducing a food, watching a symptom, or returning in several weeks. Advice could differ from what the maternity nurse had said, what the baby book suggested, and what the grandmother insisted had worked for 4 healthy children. The mother was expected to respect professional knowledge while somehow reconciling several versions of it. She became the household interpreter of medicine, translating recommendations into bottles, spoons, naps, laundry, transportation, and money. If the plan succeeded, the baby was thriving. If it failed, the question often returned to whether she had followed it correctly. The expert delivered the instruction. The mother lived inside the consequences. Then comes the sentence you've been waiting for. The baby is gaining, the doctor says, although perhaps a little more slowly than expected. Nothing in the room changes, yet the words acquire weight of their own. You ask whether something is wrong. The doctor says not necessarily. Continue the feedings, watch the appetite, and return at the usual time unless other symptoms appear. This is probably reassurance. Your mind immediately begins reviewing every bottle from the past week. Did you allow the child to sleep too long? Was the nipple opening too small? Did the baby tire before finishing? Should you have offered more? The doctor has already moved to the next point, but the phrase a little more slowly follows you while you button the baby's clothing. Another mother may receive the opposite warning about excessive gain. One child is too thin, another too heavy, one too active, another too quiet. Perfect motherhood offered no permanent safe position. The target moved with the child. Outside the clinic, the daylight feels brighter than expected. You secure the baby in the carriage or automobile and look once more at the number written on the appointment card. It is not a verdict. It is one measurement taken on one morning from one growing child. You understand that rationally. Emotionally, it has already entered the household ledger. At home, you will watch the next feeding more closely. You may offer the bottle again after the baby turns away. You may study the cheeks in the afternoon light, compare them with last month's photograph, and wonder whether they appear fuller. This vigilance comes from care, but the surrounding culture has taught you to treat the child's body as evidence of your competence. The irony is that children grow unevenly, become ill, refuse food, recover change patterns, and develop personalities entirely separate from maternal planning. The mother could influence much. She could not control everything. The ideal rarely admitted the difference. By the time you return home, noon is approaching and the baby is hungry. The bottle must be warmed, the diaper changed, and the appointment card placed somewhere safe. But the household is now moving toward another daily test, one that will continue long after infancy. Soon the child's health will be displayed not only on the doctor's scale, but on the breakfast plate, milk finished or refused, egg eaten or hidden, cereal consumed or transformed into paste. Nutrition will become another field in which love is measured by preparation and competence by appetite. The scale has delivered its number. The kitchen table is preparing its own examination. Breakfast was not simply the first meal of the day. It was the opening construction project in the making of a healthy American child. By 7 o'clock, the kitchen smelled of coffee, warm cereal toast, and the faint sharpness of orange juice poured from a can of frozen concentrate. A bowl waited on the table beside a glass of milk, a soft-cooked egg, and a spoon small enough for determined hands, but large enough to distribute oatmeal across several square feet of household property. The child sits in a press shirt or cotton pajamas, depending on how far the morning has progressed, and looks at the food without gratitude. You have measured, heated, stirred, cooled, sliced, poured, and arranged. The cereal is not too hot. The toast is cut into manageable pieces. The juice contains valuable vitamins. The milk is present with the confidence of a beverage supported by doctors, schools' advertisers, and nearly every respectable refrigerator in the country. All that remains is for the child to eat it. This is where nutritional planning encounters the private political system of childhood, whose first principle is that any food prepared with particular care becomes immediately suspicious. Mid-century mothers were surrounded by messages explaining that children required balanced meals to grow strong bones, sound teeth, steady nerves, healthy blood, proper weight, and sufficient energy to face arithmetic. Government food guides, school lessons, medical advice, magazines, dairy campaigns and advertisements translated health into recognizable categories: milk and cheese, meat and eggs, fruits and vegetables, breads and cereals, and the other components of a properly organized diet. In 1955, versions of the wartime-era Basic 7 food guide still influence public nutrition education, presenting variety as a daily responsibility rather than an occasional achievement. The principle was reasonable. Children needed nourishment, and improved knowledge about vitamins, minerals, protein, and food safety could genuinely support family health. The difficulty was that the guidance arrived in the kitchen as another list for the mother to complete. It did not merely say that vegetables were useful. It suggested that a competent woman would somehow persuade a 5-year-old to welcome them. Nutrition science explained what should be served. It was less specific about how to negotiate with a child who regarded cooked spinach as a personal betrayal. The breakfast table therefore became a theatre of gentle coercion. You offer one more spoonful. The child closes the mouth. You explain that the cereal will help them grow. The child appears satisfied with the current height. You mention that other children eat their breakfasts. This raises questions about who these other children are and whether they may be invited to finish the bowl. A husband passing through the kitchen might advise firmness, although he is already putting on his coat and moving toward the door. An older relative may insist that hunger is the best seasoning and that no child has ever starved beside a full plate. A parenting column may warn against turning meals into battles because emotional tension can damage appetite. You're thus expected to make the child eat without creating pressure to remain calm, without surrendering authority, and to clear the table on time because school has not adjusted its schedule for developmental nuance. The wall clock moves toward 8. The oatmeal develops a skin. Modern child guidance has recommended patience. The school bus has recommended speed. Commercial breakfast foods promise to make this easier. Colourful cereal boxes displayed cheerful children, athletic figures, cartoon characters, bright fruit, and confident claims about energy or added nutrients. Fortification could offer real nutritional value, and packaged cereals reduced preparation time on rushed mornings. They also brought advertising directly to the child, who might recognize a box from the radio-television comic page or grocery aisle and suddenly develop firm opinions about which breakfast represented happiness. The mother standing between the child and the shelf was expected to balance nutrition, price, convenience, and desire. A sweetened cereal might be eaten willingly but judged less wholesome. A plain cereal might satisfy the doctor and remain untouched. Eggs cost money. Fresh fruit varied by season and region. Orange juice concentrate offered convenience, but even convenience required thawing mixing and remembering to purchase it. Advertisements often presented the complete breakfast: already arranged cereal milk, toast juice, perhaps an egg, every item glowing beneath clean morning light. They did not show a child pouring the milk into the sugar bowl or announcing that toast had been cut into the wrong shape. Money sat quietly at the table as well. The ideal breakfast assumed regular access to milk, eggs, fruit, cereal, bread, butter, refrigeration, cooking fuel, and enough time for preparation. Many households managed carefully within weekly food budgets, using powdered milk, canned fruit, day-old bread, oatmeal, cornmeal, home-preserved foods, or whatever could be stretched across several children. Rural families might have eggs, garden produce, or milk from nearby sources while lacking the packaged conveniences celebrated in magazines. Working-class mothers often prepared food before leaving for factories, laundries, shops, offices, hospitals, or private homes. Black mothers facing discriminatory wages and segregated neighborhoods might be expected to meet the same national standards with fewer resources and less access to well-stocked stores or respectful medical care. Immigrant families brought food traditions that did not always resemble the breakfast plates promoted in mainstream advertising, yet could be nourishing, economical, and deeply familiar. The polished national image suggested that good motherhood had one menu. Real mothers built breakfast from geography, income, culture, work schedules, and the contents of the cupboard. The child's appetite remained stubbornly individual. Some children woke hungry and ate quickly. Others needed time. Illness, teething growth, fatigue, excitement, and temperament could change the amount consumed from one morning to the next. Yet a mother who had recently heard that her child was gaining slowly might watch every bite as though it were part of a medical treatment. She added cream to cereal, offered another half-egg, spread butter more generously, or followed a child around with the final spoonful cooling in her hand. A mother whose child was considered too heavy faced a different form of surveillance, expected to limit food without making the child feel restricted, and to encourage activity without creating shame. The language of the era could be blunt, and children's bodies were often discussed openly by relatives, teachers, doctors, and neighbours. Thinness might be treated as frailty. Plumpness might be praised in a baby and criticised later. The acceptable body changed as the child grew, while responsibility for reaching it remained attached to the woman preparing the plate. The child possessed the appetite. The mother received the evaluation. There was affection in these routines that no nutritional chart could measure. You cooled cereal by blowing across the spoon. You peeled an apple because the skin was difficult to chew. You remembered that one child disliked the texture of eggs, but would eat them, scrambled that another wanted toast without crusts, and that the youngest drank milk only from the cup with the faded blue rim. This knowledge was practical, intimate, and accumulated through hundreds of meals. It was also exhausting. Catering to preference could be criticised as indulgence. Ignoring preference could result in untouched food and a hungry child. Mothers learned compromises, smaller portions, familiar foods beside new ones, vegetables hidden in soups, fruit cut into appealing shapes, praise offered carefully, and dessert used as leverage despite advice, warning that this made sweets too important. The official guidance changed over time, but the mother still stood at the table trying to solve the same immediate problem. The child needed to eat something before leaving. Civilization could debate the psychology later. By 8:15, breakfast has ended in the broad administrative sense. Half the cereal is gone. The egg has been accepted after negotiation. The milk glass is not empty, though enough has been consumed to allow an optimistic interpretation. You wipe the child's mouth, collect the dishes, and make a mental note to offer fruit after school. The table bears rings of milk, toast crumbs, and one bright drop of juice. No advertisement would photograph it now, yet the child is fed dressed halfway, talking about a missing pencil, and entirely unaware that the meal has required nutrition planning, purchasing, storage, cooking, persuasion, timing, and emotional restraint. This invisibility was part of the standard. A successful breakfast appeared simply to happen. Only failure attracted explanation. The next examination is already waiting in the bedroom. Food has built the child from within, at least according to the morning plan. Clothing must now prove that the outside has been equally well managed. A collar needs smoothing. A hem may require a final stitch. Shoes must be found matched and inspected for mud. Hair must be combed despite objections from the person wearing it. In a few minutes the front door will open, and the child will carry the household's reputation into public view. The breakfast plate can remain in the sink. The clean collar cannot. The clean collar was not simply part of a shirt. It was a small white announcement that someone at home understood soap schedules, weather money, and the social importance of sending a child into public view without visible evidence of the morning's negotiations. At 7:45, the bedroom floor is scattered with one missing sock, a cardigan turned inside out, a hair ribbon that has somehow migrated beneath the bed, and the school shoes that were polished 2 evenings ago but have already acquired a grey mark across one toe. You stand behind the child with a comb in one hand and the clock pressing steadily against the other. The collar lies flat on one side and curls upward on the other. A button hangs by several threads. The child insists that nobody will notice. This is charming. Everybody may notice. Teachers, neighbours, other mothers, church women, relatives, and classmates all belong to a culture in which children's appearance can be read as evidence about the household that produced them. The child will receive the arithmetic lesson. You will receive the invisible inspection. Children's clothing carried practical meaning before it carried social meaning. Shirts, dresses, trousers, sweaters, socks, coats, and shoes had to protect a growing body through weather play school and repeated washing. Many garments were bought with room to grow altered from hand-me-downs sewn at home, repaired at the kitchen table, or passed between siblings whose bodies had not been considerate enough to grow at identical rates. A child could lengthen suddenly, leaving cuffs too short and hems hovering above the approved position. Knees wore through, elbows thinned. Buttons disappeared into the mysterious republic of lost household objects. For mothers managing limited budgets, clothing required calculation. A winter coat needed to survive the season, and perhaps serve another child later. School shoes had to fit now without becoming useless before spring. A dress suitable for Sunday might also need to appear at birthday school programs, and family visits without revealing how many times it had already performed. The public saw the finished outfit. It did not see the late-night stitching, careful washing, turned cuffs, moved buttons, or the strategic purchase of one size larger. Cleanliness added another level of labour because children were committed opponents of fabric. They knelt in dirt, leaned against walls, spilled milk, wiped hands on sleeves, stepped into puddles, and returned from school carrying evidence of nearly every surface encountered along the way. A mother could wash a shirt, starch a collar, iron it smooth, and watch the child wrinkle the entire achievement while putting on a coat. Cotton garments might need soaking, scrubbing, rinsing, wringing, drying and pressing. Wool required different care. White socks seemed designed to display grass stains with scientific clarity. Before automatic washers and dryers became common in every household, laundry could consume hours of physical work, and even homes with newer machines still required sorting, treating, hanging, folding, mending, and putting away. Advertising showed fresh clothing lifting lightly in the breeze. It rarely showed a woman examining a damp cuff under poor light and deciding whether the stain was visible enough to damage family morale. Hair presented its own morning campaign. Boys might be expected to arrive with hair combed neatly and kept within the limits accepted by parents and school authorities. Girls' hair could require brushing, braiding, clipping, curling, or ribbons chosen to match a dress that had already demanded its own negotiations. The child turned away. The comb caught. A part refused to remain straight. You dampened a stubborn section and tried again while the child objected that the process hurt, took too long, or threatened a developing identity built largely around not standing still. Mothers were expected to produce neatness without appearing harsh, and speed without appearing careless. A crooked braid suggested haste. An elaborate style could suggest vanity. Hair that looked untended might be interpreted as neglect, even if the household had been awake half the night with a sick baby. The head belonged to the child. The reputation attached itself elsewhere. The pressure was particularly sharp because the public ideal did not represent all families equally. Mainstream magazines and advertisements often centered tidy white children in comfortable homes, dressed in well-fitted clothes and surrounded by the material signs of middle-class stability. Black mothers, meanwhile, prepared children for schools, churches, shops, and public spaces where appearance could become part of a wider struggle for safety, dignity, and respect under segregation. Immaculate clothing could not eliminate prejudice, but many families understood that racist institutions were ready to treat any visible imperfection as confirmation of a stereotype. The labour of grooming therefore carried an additional burden that white parenting advice rarely acknowledged. Working class and rural mothers faced different obstacles: fewer garments in rotation, difficult washing conditions, hand-me-downs, long distances to stores, and children whose chores could soil clothes before the school day began. Immigrant families might combine American school expectations with their own traditions of modesty, thrift, and presentation. The same polished shoe could mean fashion in one household, sacrifice in another, and protection against judgment in a third. You fasten the loose button with a few quick stitches while the child remains inside the shirt, a method not recommended by tailoring professionals, but strongly supported by the school clock. The needle passes through the fabric. The child squirms. You warn them to remain still in the solemn tone of a surgeon managing an unusually talkative patient. Nearby, another child calls from the hallway that a mitten is missing. The baby begins to fuss. Toast remains on a plate downstairs. The shirt button is secured, although not beautifully, and the collar finally lies flat after one last press beneath your palm. The child asks whether the sweater is necessary. Outside, the morning appears bright but cold. You insist. The child objects. Clothing decisions were rarely only about appearance. They involved health, weather, comfort, school rules, and the mother's fear that a child seen without a coat would produce immediate public discussion about parental judgment. If the child became cold, you had failed to dress them properly. If the child became too warm and carried the coat, you had failed to predict temperature and temperament. Meteorology had become personal. Shoes were the final line of defense. You inspect the toes, wipe away dust, and retire lace that the child claims was already adequate. Leather shoes represented expense, durability, posture, growth, and respectable presentation. They also pinched, scuffed, leaked, and became too small with remarkable speed. Some children wore saddle shoes, Oxford sturdy lace-ups loafers, or simpler footwear determined less by fashion than by cost and availability. A mother might press the toe to check for growing room watch for worn heels and calculate whether a replacement could wait until payday. Hand-me-down shoes saved money but did not always fit well. Better-off families could visit department stores and have a clerk measure both feet. Others bought what was affordable and hoped the child would not announce discomfort after the shoes could no longer be returned. A polished pair leaving the house looked like ordinary neatness. It might also represent postponed purchases, extra work, or a mother going without something of her own. By 8 o'clock, the child stands near the front door, transformed from a creature of spilled cereal and missing socks into a respectable young citizen. Hair combed, collar flat, shoes tied, coat buttoned, lunchbox in hand. The effect is impressive because the process has been concealed. That concealment mattered. Good mothering was supposed to appear in the result without drawing attention to the labour behind it. A child who arrived clean and orderly seemed naturally well cared for. A child who appeared rumpled could trigger questions about the mother's discipline, housekeeping, income, morality, or devotion, even when the real explanation was a broken washer, an overnight shift, a sick relative, a rushed bus, or an 8-year-old's decision to crawl beneath a fence. Children's clothing became a social shorthand because it was visible. Love, fatigue, skill, poverty, and emergency were not. You open the front door. Cold air enters the hallway, carrying the smell of damp pavement and automobile exhaust. Across the street, another mother is guiding 2 children toward the sidewalk, one mittened hand raised in greeting. You return the gesture while checking your own child once more, collar, coat, lunchbox, hair. For a moment, everything is where it should be. Then the child runs toward the curb steps directly into a shallow puddle and sends a dark splash across one polished shoe. The school day has not begun, but perfection has already encountered weather. You call after them to be careful, knowing the instruction will travel only slightly farther than your voice. The child disappears toward the bus stop or school entrance, carrying the visible work of the household into a larger arena. Soon a teacher will notice whether the shoes are muddy, whether the homework is complete, whether the lunch money arrived, whether the child listens, interrupts, shares, reads fights, whispers, or forgets. The collar has survived the front door. The next judgment will not be made in the bedroom, but at the school gate, where a child's behaviour could become another public report on the mother who had sent them there. The school gate was not simply where childhood entered education. It was where the household submitted its morning work for public inspection. At 8:15, children gathered beneath a flagpole or moved through heavy doors carrying lunchboxes, pencil cases, library books, permission slips, and the final crumbs of breakfast still hiding at the corner of a mouth. Mothers stood nearby in coats and sensible shoes, watching until the bell rang, exchanging greetings that sounded casual and often contained remarkable amounts of information. Who had arrived late, whose child had forgotten a sweater, which family had purchased new shoes, which mother had signed the field trip form on time, and which one was hurrying across the pavement with the paper folded in her hand. The school belonged to teachers and administrators once the children entered, but the mother's reputation followed close behind. A clean collar suggested care. A complete homework page suggested discipline. A child who said please waited quietly and remembered instructions suggested an orderly home. A child who pushed, shouted, forgot, wandered or cried might be treated as evidence that something in that home required correction. The first messages often arrived on paper. A mimeographed notice might announce a school assembly vaccination clinic classroom collection holiday program, or request for supplies. Another sheet required a signature. A third asked for money in an envelope. The child placed these documents inside a school bag with the organizational judgment of someone who also stored apple cores there. By the time the papers reached home, they might be folded, stained, torn, or missing entirely. Yet the mother was expected to know what the school required and return it by the correct morning. Forgetting a permission slip could prevent the child from attending an outing. Failing to send lunch money created embarrassment at the cafeteria. Missing the request for a costume meant that a child might stand on stage wearing the wrong colour, while everyone silently wondered what had happened at home. The child carried the notice. The mother was expected to retrieve interpret remember sign, fund and return it. Elementary education had discovered a dependable communication system, hand important documents to the least reliable person in the family, and hold his mother responsible for delivery. Homework created a similar arrangement. The teacher assigned it to the child, but the household received the consequences. A spelling list appeared on the kitchen table after dinner. Arithmetic problems waited beside the salt shaker. A book report was remembered late on Sunday evening, usually after stores had closed, and shortly before the child admitted that poster board was also required. The ideal mother provided a quiet place, sharpened pencils, adequate light encouragement, and enough supervision to ensure completion without actually doing the work. This boundary could be difficult to locate. Too little help suggested indifference. Too much help suggested that the child had not learned independence. You might explain a subtraction problem only to discover that the teacher used a different method. You might correct handwriting and be accused by the child of making the page look worse. You listened to reading practice while washing dishes, paused to define a word, checked the clock, and tried not to sound impatient when the same sentence returned for the fourth time. The school saw the finished page. It did not see the baby crying the supper dishes cooling, or the mother quietly relearning fractions because she had not expected them to re-enter her life through a third grader. Behaviour was more difficult because it could not be folded neatly into a school bag. Teachers watched whether a child sat still, raised a hand, followed directions, respected authority, completed work, shared materials, and remained quiet at the proper times. These expectations reflected the era's broader faith in order, punctuality, self-control, and visible respect. A child who fitted the classroom rhythm might be described as well brought up. A child who interrupted, fought, daydreamed, resisted, or moved constantly could receive a note home. The note rarely accused the mother directly. It did not need to. Please discuss this behavior with Robert meant that another shift of work had begun. That evening you asked what happened. Robert said nothing happened. You showed him the note. He explained that another boy started it. The teacher misunderstood the ruler fell by itself, and he had technically been talking only because someone asked him a question. The evidence had reached home. The witness had become unreliable. You were expected to investigate discipline, reassure, communicate with the teacher, and restore classroom order before the next bell. Attendance transformed illness into another maternal calculation. A child woke with a warm forehead, a cough, or a stomachache, and immediately placed the day's schedule in doubt. Was the illness genuine, mild, contagious, imagined, or connected to a spelling test? Sending a sick child to school could appear careless and expose others. Keeping a healthy child home could look indulgent, encourage avoidance, or create missed work that you would later help complete. The mother checked the temperature, examined the throat, asked several questions, and tried to interpret a face that might belong to either a patient or a young actor. Families with telephones could call the school or doctor. Others sent a written explanation later. Working mothers faced an additional problem. A child who stayed home required someone to supervise. Paid leave was limited or non-existent for many workers, and losing a shift could reduce the week's food money. A relative neighbour, older sibling or informal caregiver might be found. The official record showed one absence. It did not record the negotiations required to make that absence possible. Teachers could provide genuine support. A thoughtful teacher noticed a child struggling to see the blackboard, arriving hungry, withdrawing from other children, or falling behind in reading. Parent conferences could give mothers useful information and allow the school to understand what was happening at home. Yet these meetings also carried the atmosphere of an evaluation. You entered the classroom and sat in a chair designed for someone much smaller, facing examples of handwriting pinned neatly to the wall. The teacher opened a folder. Praise came first, which made the pause afterward more alarming. The child was bright but careless, friendly but talkative, capable but easily distracted. These phrases were balanced, professional, and powerful enough to occupy your thoughts for weeks. You asked what could be done: more reading at home, firmer routines, earlier bedtime, additional practice. Each recommendation was sensible in isolation. Together they entered a household schedule already crowded with meals, laundry, younger children, paid work, church obligations, and the ordinary unpredictability of family life. The school prescribed improvement. The mother found the minutes. These expectations varied sharply by race, class, region, disability, and access to resources. A well-funded suburban school might offer newer books, smaller classes, music lessons, organised clubs, and active parent committees. A rural school could serve children travelling long distances and families whose days were shaped by farm work or seasonal demands. Working-class schools might have crowded rooms and fewer materials. Segregated black schools frequently operated with unequal funding, buildings, transportation, textbooks, and public support, even while teachers and parents built strong educational communities through enormous effort. Black mothers often prepared children not only to behave well, but to navigate institutions where ordinary mistakes might be judged through racism. Respectful speech, neat clothing, and excellent schoolwork could become forms of protection, as well as pride. Mothers of children with physical, sensory, developmental, or learning differences face schools that might offer little support, place children in inappropriate classes, or exclude them altogether. The language of good parenting often assumed that every family had the same school, the same time, the same money, and a child whose needs fitted the classroom already provided. None of those assumptions was safe. The child's social life added another layer of evidence. Invitations, friendships, quarrels, and playground alliances travelled home through incomplete reports. A child who was popular appeared socially successful. A child who was lonely could leave a mother wondering what she had failed to teach. Had the child learned to share? Was the clothing wrong? Had a careless remark offended another family? Should she call the other mother, or would that make matters worse? Children's disputes could become adult diplomacy conducted over rotary telephones, while both women insisted that the situation was probably nothing. Birthday invitations revealed which children belonged inside a circle. School programs revealed which mothers had time to attend. A child's forgotten line, untied shoe, or public tears might feel like a small family emergency beneath the auditorium lights. The child experienced one difficult afternoon. The mother interpreted it as a forecast of future belonging. By 3 o'clock, the school doors opened and children poured outside carrying papers, stories, scuffed shoes, and several new requirements. You searched the child's face before asking any questions. Was the day ordinary? Had there been trouble? The answer was usually fine, a word offering almost no useful information. The lunchbox returned with food uneaten. A note waited beneath a workbook. There would be a classroom collection next week, a reading assignment tonight, and a parent meeting later in the month. The child ran ahead, already released from the institution that had filled the school bag. You carried the bag home. The school gate had appeared to divide home from public life, but the boundary was never complete. Teachers depended on families. Children carried household conditions into classrooms. Mothers carried school expectations back into kitchens and bedrooms. The relationship could be supportive, demanding, or both at once. And before long, the school would ask for more than signatures and homework supervision. It would invite mothers into the building itself toward folding chairs, committee lists, fundraising tables, and the organized world of civic motherhood. Attendance would be described as voluntary. Everyone would still notice who came. The lunchbox was not simply a container for food. It was a small metal biography carried into the school cafeteria, where other children could inspect what your family ate, what your mother could afford, how carefully she planned, and whether the sandwich smelled unusual enough to become a matter of public discussion. At 7:30 in the morning it sits open on the kitchen counter, beside a loaf of sliced bread, a jar of peanut butter wax paper, an apple, and a thermos waiting to be filled. The child has already rejected yesterday's sandwich on the grounds that it became wet, although no further technical explanation has been provided. You spread the filling carefully, keeping it away from the edges, cut the sandwich into halves, wrap it tightly, and place it beside a cookie that is meant to make the meal pleasant without suggesting that nutrition has surrendered completely. The lunch must survive several hours in a warm cloakroom, remain recognizable after being carried sideways, and emerge at noon looking as though it has not participated in a railway accident. It should be nourishing, economical, easy to eat, socially acceptable, and sufficiently appealing that the child will consume it rather than exchange it for something containing more sugar and less parental effort. Packing school lunch required the mother to predict the future with very limited information. She had to estimate how hungry the child would be, whether the weather would spoil certain foods, whether the thermos would leak, and whether an apple would return home untouched for the 4th consecutive afternoon. Sandwiches offered convenience, but they created their own engineering problems. Egg salad, tuna luncheon, meat cheese, peanut butter, chopped ham, or leftover roast could all appear between slices of bread depending on the household budget, local habits, religious rules, and what remained from supper. Lettuce added freshness and moisture, which was admirable until noon when the bread might resemble a damp envelope. Tomato presented an even greater structural threat. Wax paper had to be folded tightly. A rubber band might be added. The sandwich could be placed inside a small container if the family owned one, and if the lid had not disappeared into the same hidden territory as unmatched socks. Mothers learned which foods travelled well, not from glamorous magazine photography, but from opening the lunchbox at 3:30 and discovering what had survived. Nutrition advice followed the lunchbox into school. A balanced midday meal might be expected to include protein bread, or another grain fruit or vegetables and milk. The National School Lunch Program established after the Second World War helped many schools provide meals intended to support children's health, while also using agricultural commodities. Participation menus costs and access differed from one community to another, but the program made school food part of a larger national conversation about nutrition and education. In some schools, children bought a hot lunch served on divided trays. In others, they carried food from home and purchased milk separately. A coin had to be placed in a pocket envelope or small purse and somehow remain there until noon. You might remind the child twice, then find the coin on the kitchen table after the school bus had gone. The official meal plan could be carefully organised. The actual system still depended on an 8-year-old remembering where 35 cents had been placed. Public policy had met childhood pockets. The cafeteria transformed private food into public comparison. Children opened boxes painted with cowboys' television characters, flowers, plaid patterns, or simple metal designs. Paper bags appeared beside them, folded at the top and marked with names. One child had a neatly wrapped sandwich, a bright orange, and a homemade cookie. Another had leftovers in a jar, a piece of cornbread or food, reflecting a family tradition unfamiliar to the other children. Curiosity could become admiration, trading teasing or rejection within seconds. The smell of garlic cabbage, fish, boiled egg, strong cheese, or a particular spice might attract attention in classrooms shaped by the idea that ordinary American lunch should smell like white bread and mild filling. Immigrant children sometimes learned that beloved food from home could become embarrassing under fluorescent lights. Black children attending segregated or newly contested schools could face judgments shaped by racism as well as class. Poorer children might hide an inadequate lunch claim not to be hungry, or rely on school meals while fearing that others would notice. The lunchbox contained food. It could also contain the family's position in the world. Economy shaped every item inside it. An apple looked simple, but fruit prices varied by season and region. Individually packaged snacks were convenient but more expensive than cookies made at home. Meat used at lunch might mean less available for dinner. A thermos of soup could stretch leftovers, though it had to remain hot and sealed. Mothers learned to use ends of roasts, extra biscuits, slices of cheese, hard-boiled eggs, and whatever the weekly grocery budget allowed. One child might receive the same sandwich several days in a row, because the family had purchased ingredients meant to last. The child observing the lunches around the table might return home, requesting something advertised on television, or carried by a classmate whose household spent differently. You could explain the budget, but childhood had limited interest in household economics. It understood only that another child had a frosted snack cake while yours had an oatmeal cookie wrapped in wax paper. The homemade item might be more nourishing and made with greater care. It did not possess a colourful wrapper. Advertising had achieved another modest victory. The mother's anxiety did not end once the lid clicked shut. She wondered whether the food would remain safe, whether the portion was enough, and whether the child would eat it. In an era before insulated lunch bags and reusable ice packs became ordinary household objects, perishable fillings had to be chosen and handled carefully. Advice about refrigeration and food spoilage was increasingly familiar, but many school lunches still sat for hours without cooling. A mother might avoid certain foods during warm weather, freeze part of a sandwich when possible, use a thermos, or simply depend on habit and judgment. The child meanwhile might leave the lunchbox near a radiator, trade the sandwich, forget to drink the milk, or save half the meal until afternoon. If illness followed, the mother could mentally retrace every ingredient and every minute on the counter. Had the mayonnaise been too warm? Was the bottle of milk fresh? Did the thermos hold heat? The kitchen had already taught her to treat contamination as a personal investigation. The school lunch merely moved the evidence beyond her supervision. At noon, the child opens the box and begins making decisions you cannot see. The apple may be eaten first, ignored, or rolled across the table. The sandwich may be traded for a cookie dismantled into separate layers, or returned with one careful bite missing so that effort can technically be claimed. Milk may be consumed spilled or used in a contest nobody at home would approve. Food becomes part of friendship. Children exchange treats, compare brands, dare one another to taste unfamiliar items and quietly establish a hierarchy of desirable lunches. The meal you packed with attention is now subject to rules created by the group. A popular child can make a plain cookie seem valuable. A cruel remark can make a child refuse a family food for years. Mothers were expected to nourish children physically while also protecting them from social embarrassment, yet they were not present when the box opened. They could control the wrapping. They could not control the table. When the lunchbox returns home, it offers a report more honest than the child's answer to "What did you eat?" You lift the lid and find the evidence. The fruit is bruised but whole. The sandwich wrapper is empty, although this does not prove the sandwich entered the intended child. The thermos contains a small amount of lukewarm soup. The cookie is gone, of course it is. A damp napkin lies at the bottom beside crumbs, and a note from the teacher requesting supplies for an upcoming classroom project. You ask why the apple was not eaten. The child explains that there was not enough time, although there was apparently enough time to exchange half the lunch with someone named Tommy. You wipe the box, wash the thermos, and begin considering tomorrow's filling. The work repeats because nourishment is not achieved through one successful meal. It must be planned again each morning under changing conditions for a person who may decide overnight that cheese is no longer acceptable. There was pride in this quiet routine. A packed lunch could carry affection into a place where the mother could not follow. The sandwich cut diagonally the preferred cookie. The peeled orange or the folded note beneath the napkin told the child that someone had anticipated noon before the day began. Yet the standard demanded that such care remain affordable, healthy, attractive, safe, and socially invisible. Too little food suggested neglect. Too much suggested waste. A plain meal could reveal limited means. An unusual meal could attract ridicule. A generous treat might please the child and concern the nutrition-minded observer. The ideal lunchbox was expected to satisfy doctors, teachers, budgets, children, and cafeteria opinions simultaneously. This was a great deal of diplomacy for 2 slices of bread. Tomorrow morning the box will open again on the kitchen counter, but before then the school wants more than food and signed papers. A notice has arrived inviting mothers to an evening meeting in the auditorium. There will be folding chairs, committee assignments, refreshments, and several opportunities to volunteer for work, described as both essential and entirely optional. The lunchbox has returned from school. Soon you will be going there yourself. The PTA meeting was described as voluntary, which meant that no one would force you to attend and everyone would remember if you did not. By 7:15 in the evening, the school auditorium glows beneath rows of ceiling lights, and folding chairs scrape across the floor as mothers remove coats, smooth skirts, and select seats with the delicate strategy of people who understand that location can become commitment. Sit too near the front and you may be asked to lead something. Sit too far back and you may appear uninterested. The safest position is somewhere in the middle near a woman who looks organized but not ambitious. On the stage stands a table holding a wooden gavel, a glass water pitcher, several stacks of mimeographed paper, and a vase of flowers placed there to suggest that civic responsibility is pleasant. You've already prepared supper, cleared enough of the kitchen to prevent domestic collapse, found someone to remain with the children, changed from the dress that absorbed the day's work into one suitable for public cooperation, and arrived almost on time. The meeting has not begun yet. Motherhood has already completed several supporting tasks on its behalf. Parent-teacher associations gave families a real way to participate in school life. Local groups raised money, supported libraries, promoted child health and safety, organized programs, improved playgrounds, purchased equipment, welcomed teachers, and created networks between households and schools. In communities where public resources were limited, their work could matter enormously. A new set of classroom curtains, a hearing test, a traffic patrol, extra books, or playground repairs might exist because parents had collected coins, written letters, served meals, sold tickets, and asked local officials difficult questions. Women gained practical experience in budgeting, public speaking, committee work, and community organizing at a time when many formal positions of authority remained closed to them. The school association could therefore be a place of genuine influence. It was also a place where influence was expected to arrive carrying refreshments. Before a mother could help shape educational policy, someone had to arrange the cookies neatly on a tray and make sure the coffee did not run out. The meeting opens with reports. The president reads the minutes from the previous gathering. The treasurer announces the balance in a tone that suggests the organization is either impressively solvent or one bake sale away from collapse. A teacher explains the need for new maps. Another speaker discusses crossing safety near the school. There may be a presentation on nutrition, vaccinations, reading habits, television, juvenile behavior, or the proper cooperation between home and classroom. Each subject expands the definition of maternal duty. Children should arrive rested, fed, clean, prepared, emotionally secure, respectful, curious, and ready to learn. Families should reinforce lessons at home. Parents should support teachers without undermining authority. Mothers should volunteer when possible, attend conferences, supervise recreation, monitor friendships, encourage reading, limit unhealthy habits, and remain informed about school concerns. Nothing on the list is absurd by itself. The difficulty is that every worthy recommendation must be translated into hours, meals, conversations, transportation, money, and attention. The speaker presents a sensible program. You silently calculate whether Tuesday afternoon already belongs to laundry, the dentist, and a child who must be collected from music practice. Then the committee sheet begins moving through the rows. It is a simple piece of paper containing several innocent blank spaces: hospitality, membership, ways and means, health, library, program, publicity, room mothers, safety. Each category sounds manageable until it acquires dates. You pass the pencil to the woman beside you while pretending to study the list with responsible seriousness. Perhaps you could help with one event. Perhaps you could bring cookies. Perhaps you could avoid becoming chairwoman of anything. The woman in front turns around and says you would be wonderful on the hospitality committee because everyone admired the cake you brought last spring. Compliments were useful tools in volunteer recruitment. You smile, write your name, and feel a Saturday disappear. Another mother signs 3 committees without hesitation, which produces admiration, concern, and a faint suspicion that her house may contain either hired help or a hidden second version of herself. The organisation depends on women like her. It also quietly teaches everyone else that ordinary effort may not be enough. Fundraising brought the school into kitchens throughout the neighbourhood. Mothers baked pies, cakes, brownies, cookies, and breads for sales held in hallways, church basements, gymnasiums, or community rooms. They organised carnivals, raffles, rummage sale suppers, paper drives, and ticket campaigns. Children carried order forms from door to door. Fathers might help construct booths, move tables, manage equipment, or appear for the public event, but the long preparation often remained in women's hands. A fundraiser for playground equipment could require several planning meetings, dozens of telephone calls, shopping, baking, decorating, serving, cleaning, counting money, and writing thank you notes. All of this work was described as helping the children, which it was. It was also unpaid labour used to fill gaps in public provision. The school needed resources, the mothers supplied time. Because the labour emerged from devotion, it could be treated as limitless. Apparently maternal love could be converted into library books at a rate of 6 dozen cupcakes per shelf. Attendance itself became a sign of character. A mother who appeared regularly was visible as interested, dependable, and involved. A mother who rarely came might be judged before anyone asked why. Paid work night shifts, lack of childcare, illness, transportation, language barriers, or discomfort in the school could all make attendance difficult. Some women worked in offices, factories, hospitals, shops, restaurants, laundries, farms, or other people's homes and could not leave simply because the association had scheduled a meeting. Others had infants, disabled, relatives, several children, or husbands away for military service. A woman without a car might depend on a neighbour. A mother new to the community might enter the auditorium without knowing where to sit or whom to speak to. Yet the public ideal assumed that a good mother would somehow be available. Her time was imagined as flexible because it was not always recognised as already occupied. If she stayed home, the absence looked empty. No one saw what filled it. Race and segregation shaped parent involvement in ways the comfortable suburban image rarely acknowledged. In segregated communities, black parents and educators built their own associations, school support networks, church committees, and civic organizations to strengthen schools that were routinely denied equal funding and facilities. Mothers raised money for books, uniforms, transportation, equipment, meals, and building improvements while also supporting campaigns for equal educational opportunity. Their work was not simply an imitation of white middle-class volunteer culture. It was community survival, institution building, and often political organizing under conditions that made public advocacy risky. After the Supreme Court ruled against legally segregated public schools, implementation remained slow and fiercely resisted in many places, leaving black families to navigate both unequal systems and the dangers surrounding desegregation. A mother preparing her child for school might also be preparing that child for hostility no bake sale could solve. The mainstream language of parental involvement praised cooperation, while often ignoring the parents forced to challenge the school system itself. Class shaped the room just as strongly. A well-funded suburban association might raise money for enrichment landscaping or specialized equipment. A poorer school might be trying to provide basic supplies. In one community, volunteering could be a social activity performed after household help had already handled part of the day's work. In another, it meant sacrificing wages or rest. Clothing, speech, refreshments, and committee confidence all revealed social differences. a mother who understood parliamentary procedure and spoke easily before a group appeared naturally capable. Another might have equal intelligence but little experience with formal meetings or a strong fear of being judged. Immigrant mothers could encounter unfamiliar customs and language, while rural parents might travel long distances for meetings after a full day of labour. The invitation said all parents were welcome. The structure often rewarded those who possessed time transportation, confidence and the correct kind of public ease. By 8:45, the meeting reaches announcements. The school needs volunteers for a health screening. The spring program requires costumes. The library drive begins next month. Refreshments are needed for the next meeting. You have written several dates on the back of an old envelope because the printed calendar has already disappeared into someone else's handbag. Around you, women gather coats and continue conversations in the aisle. This is where much of the real organisation occurs. One mother offers a ride, another knows where fabric can be purchased cheaply. A third has a cousin who can print tickets, and someone quietly mentions a family whose child needs help. The association can be demanding, competitive and judgmental, but it can also become a network of practical kindness. Women share information, solve problems, exchange childcare, and create friendships inside work that the larger culture calls natural female helpfulness. Their competence is visible in the finished event but rarely measured as leadership. You step outside into the cool night carrying 3 mimeographed notices, a committee assignment, and the memory of agreeing to bake something before you fully understood the date. The school windows glow behind you. At home, dishes may still be waiting. A child may have awakened, and tomorrow's lunchbox remains unprepared. Yet the meeting has reminded you that motherhood extends far beyond the walls of the house. The child's education depends partly on teachers' public funding, community resources and systems no individual mother can control. Still, she's repeatedly asked to close the gaps with her own time. Soon the next demand will arrive disguised as celebration. A birthday is approaching. Invitations must be chosen, a cake planned, games organised, and several children entertained inside one living room without injury, tears or permanent diplomatic consequences. The PTA meeting is over. The committee list has been signed. And somewhere at home a child has already begun deciding who will be invited to the party. A birthday party was not merely an afternoon when a child became 1 year older. It was a temporary production company established inside the family living room, with the mother serving as director, caterer, costume department, medical officer, and chief negotiator among several small guests, whose emotional stability could be altered by the distribution of paper hats. The planning began weeks before the candles were lit. A date had to avoid church events, school programs, family visits, and the birthdays of other children whose mothers had already claimed the same Saturday. Invitations were selected from a stationery counter, written carefully, and sent home through school bags or delivered by hand. The guest list required diplomacy. Invite too many children, and the house might not survive. Invite too few, and the birthday child might feel unpopular. Leave out the wrong classmate, and the omission could return to school on Monday wearing a wounded expression. You sat at the kitchen table with names written on a scrap of paper, while the child changed opinions every several minutes. A best friend from Tuesday had become an enemy by Thursday. Another child must be invited because his mother had invited yours last spring. Childhood affection was spontaneous. Social accounting was not. The party itself was expected to look cheerful, simple and memorable, a combination that required considerable advance labour. Streamers might be taped across the room. Balloons had to be inflated without frightening the baby or causing an adult to become light-headed in the name of celebration. The dining table was cleared, covered with paper, and arranged with plates, napkins, cups, and small favours. A cake had to be baked purchased, or produced from a boxed mix that promised convenience while still requiring eggs, measuring mixing pans, frosting decoration, and the hope that the centre would rise at approximately the same rate as the edges. A homemade cake demonstrated care and economy. A bakery cake demonstrated polish and expense. Either could become a source of private anxiety. The icing might crack. The child might request a colour unavailable in the cupboard. The lettering could be uneven. Candles had to match the age unless someone had forgotten to buy a new package and was now cutting one in half with a knife. The finished cake needed to appear effortless. Nothing associated with ideal motherhood was allowed to reveal how much frosting had been removed from the walls. Games were chosen with the optimism of adults who believed children could be organised by rules printed in magazines. Pin the tail on the donkey musical chairs, dropping clothespins into a bottle. Relay races, guessing games, and treasure hunts all promised wholesome entertainment. Each one also contained the possibility of argument, injury, cheating, tears, or a child refusing to participate after discovering that losing was involved. You prepared blindfolds, prizes, paper bags, string, pencils and backup activities in case the original schedule collapsed. The guests arrived wearing polished shoes, party dresses, sweaters or small neckties depending on age and occasion. Mothers stood at the door offering instructions about coats, allergies, pick-up times, and children who became upset around balloons. Then they left, and the living room filled with voices movement and the unmistakable sound of several objects being handled in ways their owners had never intended. You smiled, welcomed everyone, and began the first game before the group could create one of its own. The party was supposed to encourage happy freedom. It required continuous surveillance. The birthday child's happiness created another delicate problem because the child was expected to be delighted but not greedy, excited but not wild, grateful but not possessive. Gifts accumulated on a chair wrapped in bright paper and tied with ribbon. Guests watched closely as each package was opened. The child had to say thank you even when the box contained clothing instead of a toy, or when two guests had brought the same item. A mother might whisper reminders from behind the camera, using only the child's name and a particular expression developed through years of public behaviour management. If the child tore through the paper too quickly, this suggested poor manners. If the child moved too slowly, the other children became restless. If one gift was praised more loudly than another, a guest might feel slighted. Gratitude, therefore, had to be distributed evenly like cake. A 6-year-old was expected to manage this emotional economy while surrounded by toys and sugar. The mother remained nearby, translating impulse into acceptable conduct one raised eyebrow at a time. Food introduced further opportunities for judgment. Ice cream had to remain frozen until the correct moment. Cake slices needed to be large enough to feel generous, but small enough to prevent several children from becoming ill in the upholstery. Punch milk lemonade or a carbonated drink might be served according to family habit and budget. Sandwiches, gelatin salads, potato chips, cookies, nuts, or small candies could appear, though the menu changed by region, income, and the age of the guests. Children accepted some foods, ignored others, and spilled at least one beverage with mathematical certainty. A mother moved among them carrying napkins, refilling cups, removing plates, and quietly monitoring the child who had announced that the frosting tasted strange. The table in photographs would later appear bright and orderly. The camera would not record the sticky chair, the crushed cracker beneath the rug, or the moment when two children reached for the same favour and briefly endangered neighbourhood peace. The memory would become simple because the labour had been edited out. Class differences appeared clearly in birthday celebrations. Some families could afford rented entertainment, elaborate decorations, a department store gift, a large bakery cake, or favors that children displayed afterward at school. Others created games from household objects baked with ingredients already in the pantry, reused decorations, and limited the guest list because every additional child increased the cost. A modest party could be warm, inventive, and deeply loved, but children compared what they saw. One child had a new bicycle in the driveway. Another received socks and a book. One mother sent every guest home with a toy. Another offered a small bag of candy tied with string. The public ideal suggested that a successful childhood should contain a series of carefully produced magical moments. Families with little money still wanted those moments, which meant mothers often transformed thrift into creativity, while hiding the calculation behind it. The child remembered the candles. The mother remembered the grocery total. Race and community shaped who was invited, where parties occurred, and how freely families could celebrate. Black families created joyful birthday traditions within homes, churches, neighborhoods, and community spaces, despite segregation, limiting access to restaurants, amusement venues, swimming pools, and other public places advertised to white families. In some communities, extended family and neighbors turned the party into a broader gathering sharing food, music, supervision, and gifts. Immigrant families might combine American-style cakes and paper decorations with familiar foods, songs, religious customs, or expectations from home. Rural children sometimes celebrated with cousins and nearby families rather than carefully selected classroom guests. Military families frequently relocated faced the challenge of creating belonging quickly among children who might leave again within a year. The magazine version of the birthday party showed one tidy suburban living room. Real childhood celebrations stretched across apartments, farmhouses, church basements, backyards, barracks, housing, and crowded kitchens where folding chairs were borrowed from anyone willing to lend them. Then came the photograph, the official proof that the memory had succeeded. Children were gathered behind the cake while the candles burned lower. Someone had to stand still long enough for the camera to focus and the flashbulb to fire. The birthday child leaned toward the flames. One guest looked away. Another closed both eyes. A smaller child reached toward the frosting. You urged everyone to smile, moved a head out of the way, and tried again if another bulb was available. Photographs were less casual than modern snapshots because film processing and flashbulbs cost money. Each image mattered. The resulting picture might later show a glowing cake paper hats and children arranged in a bright row, creating the impression of an afternoon held perfectly in place. It would not show the argument before the picture the child crying in the bathroom, or the mother wiping punch from the floor while still wearing her party smile. The photograph preserved happiness by cropping away its support system. By 4 o'clock, parents returned and stood in the doorway asking whether everyone had behaved. You said yes in the broad historical sense. Coats were found, favors distributed, thank yous exchanged, and one lost mitten discovered beneath a chair. The final child departed, holding a balloon that would probably not survive the journey home. The birthday child sat among opened gifts, overstimulated and suddenly close to tears. The room smelled of frosting, warm paper, and crushed potato chips. You gathered plates, deflated decorations, and counted the forks. The party had been successful. No serious injury had occurred. Most children had smiled. The cake had remained upright. A memory had been manufactured with enough skill that years later, the birthday child might remember only candles and laughter. That was the strange achievement of perfect motherhood. The mother created experiences meant to feel natural, then removed the evidence of construction. She scheduled the joy, purchased the materials, managed the conflicts, photographed the result, and cleaned the room after everyone else went home. Her child received a childhood memory. She received dishes, Outside evening settles over the yard where a forgotten ball rests near the steps. Tomorrow the children will return to bicycles, swings, climbing frames, sidewalks, vacant lots, and all the ordinary hazards of play. The party has ended without disaster. The next test will be less decorative. It will arrive with a scraped knee, a sudden cry, and the demand that a good mother protect a child from danger without teaching that child to fear the world. A scraped knee was not simply a scraped knee. It was a sudden examination of whether you could protect a child, judge danger correctly, control your own face, and remain calm enough that the child would not conclude the entire afternoon had become a medical emergency. The cry comes from the yard before you see what happened. One moment children are racing bicycles along the sidewalk, climbing a metal frame swinging too high, or inventing a game whose rules appear to involve speed and very little foresight. The next moment there is silence, followed by the unmistakable sound of one child discovering pain. You step through the screen door with a dish towel still in your hand and find the injured party sitting on the ground. One knee dusty, one palm reddened, and several other children gathered nearby with the solemn curiosity of witnesses at an important public event. Your first task is to decide whether the injury is small. Your second is to keep the child from reading the answer in your expression. A mother who looked frightened could make the child frightened. A mother who looked too calm might appear cold. The proper face suggested concern, competence, and complete confidence in a situation you had not yet inspected. Children's play in the 1950s often took place with less direct adult supervision than many families expect today. They walked to school, rode bicycles through neighborhoods, climbed trees, played in vacant lots, crossed streets, and disappeared behind houses until hunger or a porch light called them home. This freedom could build confidence, friendship, and practical independence. It also produced bruises, cuts, splinters, sprains, burned fingers, chipped teeth, and stories beginning with the phrase, "We were only trying to." A mother was expected to permit healthy outdoor play without hovering so closely that the child became timid or dependent. At the same time, she was held responsible when the experiment ended badly. Keep the child indoors and someone might say you were overprotective. Allow the child to roam, and a neighbour might ask why you had not been watching. The acceptable distance between neglect and smothering changed, according to the observer, the injury, and whether the observer's own child was currently bleeding. Perfect motherhood required freedom under supervision, danger without consequences, and children adventurous enough to thrive, but cautious enough never to need stitches. You lead the injured child into the kitchen where the bright light reveals the damage more clearly. The knee is scraped, not deeply cut. Small stones cling to the skin. The child begins crying harder after seeing the blood, confirming that visual evidence has emotional power at every age. You sit them on a chair, fill a basin, gather clean cloths, gauze, adhesive bandages, and whatever antiseptic the household keeps in the medicine cabinet. The child asks whether it will hurt. You say only for a moment, a statement belonging to the ancient parental tradition of making predictions no one can verify in advance. Cleaning the wound requires a firm hand and a gentle voice. Dirt must come out. The child pulls away. You explain that leaving it there could cause trouble. The child proposes a simpler medical policy in which the knee is never touched again. You continue apologizing and insisting at the same time, because much of motherhood consists of doing something unpleasant to a child for reasons the child will not appreciate until much later, if ever. The home medicine cabinet carried both reassurance and uncertainty. A thermometer, cotton bandages, ointments, cough, remedies, aspirin for adults, and various bottles could create the feeling that ordinary illness and injury were manageable. Yet mothers still had to decide when home treatment was enough, and when professional care was necessary. Was the cut too deep? Had the child hit the head? Could the arm move normally? Was the swelling increasing? Did the fever require a doctor, or would rest and fluids be sufficient? Advice came from physicians, nurses, relatives, books, public health pamphlets, and experience, but the immediate judgment often belonged to the mother standing beside the child. Calling the doctor too quickly could make her feel foolish or waste money the household needed elsewhere. Waiting too long could produce guilt far worse. A child who recovered quickly confirmed that she had judged correctly. A child whose condition worsened invited the unbearable question of whether she should have acted sooner. Medical uncertainty was rarely presented as uncertainty. It often arrived disguised as maternal responsibility. Money and access shaped these decisions more than the idealized parenting literature admitted. A family with an automobile, telephone, established physician, and money for a visit could seek help more easily. A rural mother might face a long drive over poor roads. A working mother might lose wages while taking a child to a clinic. A family without a telephone might depend on a neighbour. Black mothers living under segregation could encounter separate facilities, delayed treatment, limited hospital access, or professionals who dismissed their concerns. Immigrant mothers might struggle to explain symptoms in a language the clinic understood. Working-class households often balanced health needs against rent, food, transportation, and the possibility of another emergency later in the month. The national image of maternal vigilance implied that a responsible woman simply took the child to the proper doctor at the proper time. Real responsibility often involved choosing among imperfect options while knowing that outsiders would judge only the result. The pressure to remain composed extended beyond the kitchen. If the child fell at school, the teacher might call. If the injury occurred at a neighbour's house, another mother might bring the child home and explain what happened while carefully observing your reaction. You thanked her, examined the wound, and tried not to suggest blame, even if you privately wondered why the children had been allowed near a broken fence, a steep embankment, or a bicycle with unreliable brakes. Neighbourhood motherhood depended on informal trust. Women watched one another's children, offered bandages, telephoned warnings, and stepped into emergencies when parents were absent. This network could be generous and life-saving. It could also become a system of surveillance. A mother who seemed careless might become the subject of conversation. A mother who panicked over every bruise could earn another kind of reputation. The community expected women to share responsibility while remaining tactful about who had failed at it. The children recovered. The adults remembered. You finish cleaning the knee and press a bandage over the scrape. The child studies it with new interest. A visible bandage can transform pain into status, particularly if the injury occurred before witnesses. The tears begin to slow. You offer water, perhaps a small treat, and ask for the story again. The explanation changes slightly with each telling. The bicycle hit a stone. Another child moved unexpectedly. The ground was slippery. Speed played no meaningful role. You listen for any detail suggesting a more serious fall while pretending not to conduct an investigation. Then comes the question of whether the child may return outside. Part of you wants to keep them close-seated safely with a book. Another part knows that returning to play may prevent fear from settling around the event. Too soon, and the wound may reopen. Too late, and the child may decide that falling proves the world is dangerous. The parenting books recommend confidence. The blood on the cloth recommends caution. You compromise by allowing quiet play near the porch, a phrase so vague that the child interprets it as permission to resume nearly everything except, perhaps, aviation. For mothers, the deeper strain was not only the accident but the impossible fantasy that enough attention could prevent all accidents. You checked shoelaces, warned against running in the street, examined bicycle tires, called children away from construction sites, and repeated instructions about strangers, matches deep water, sharp tools, and climbing too high. Yet childhood existed partly through testing limits. A child could follow every rule and still fall. Illness could arrive in a careful home. A fracture could occur during an ordinary game. The belief that good mothers prevented harm offered comfort because it suggested the world was controllable. It also created blame when the world proved otherwise. Mothers replayed moments in their minds. Why had she not called the child inside 5 minutes earlier? Why had she allowed the bicycle? Why had she looked away? These questions sounded responsible. Often, they were grief attempting to disguise itself as logic. By late afternoon, the child is walking normally again, displaying the bandage to anyone willing to admire it. The crisis has shrunk into a story. You wash the basin, throw away the soiled cloth, and return the medicine cabinet supplies to their shelf. Relief arrives quietly, mixed with irritation that the child is already forgetting the instructions given 10 minutes earlier. Outside, the same group has resumed play, now loudly debating whose fault the fall had been. You stand at the screen door longer than necessary, watching without wanting to be seen watching. The child laughs. The knee holds. The world has continued. But not every childhood difficulty could be cleaned, bandaged, and declared finished by supper. Some wounds appeared as defiance tantrums, fighting, silence, fear, or a child who refused to behave in the manner expected by teachers, relatives, and neighbours. Those problems invited fewer bandages and far more opinions. Soon the question would no longer be whether the mother had protected the child from falling. It would be whether she had raised the kind of child who knew how to stand, sit, speak, obey, and control every inconvenient feeling in public. A child's tantrum was never allowed to remain merely a tantrum. By 4:30 in the afternoon, it could become evidence about discipline, affection, routine, temperament, diet, sleep television, the father's authority, and the mother's entire emotional relationship with the child. The trouble begins in a department store aisle, a grocery line, a doctor's waiting room, or the living room just before company arrives. The child wants something. You say no. The child asks again with greater volume, having discovered that repetition is the simplest form of negotiation. You remain firm. The face changes. The body stiffens. A shoe strikes the floor. Heads turn with the speed of porch curtains moving across a neighborhood. Now you must stop the behavior without appearing angry, embarrassed, weak, cruel, indulgent, or desperate to disappear behind the nearest display of canned soup. The child is no longer the only person being observed. A misbehaving child could be corrected. A mother who appeared unable to control one might be quietly classified. Discipline advice in the 1950s did not speak with one voice. Some adults had been raised under strict traditions that treated immediate obedience as both practical necessity and moral training. A child who talked back, interrupted, lied, fought damaged property, or refused instructions might receive a sharp reprimand, lost privileges, extra chores, physical punishment, or the solemn warning that the father would hear about it later. Other child-rearing authorities encourage parents to understand developmental stages, avoid excessive harshness, and consider the fear, frustration, jealousy, or fatigue beneath difficult behavior. Benjamin Spock's widely read advice urged many parents to show affection and exercise common sense, rather than following rules mechanically. Though popular memory sometimes exaggerated this into a simple command to let children do whatever they pleased, mothers therefore stood between competing anxieties. Too much discipline might produce fear, resentment, or emotional damage. Too little could produce selfishness, delinquency, and a child who addressed adults as though they were junior employees. The correct response was expected to be firm but loving, consistent but flexible, calm but unmistakably authoritative. Naturally, this response was easiest to imagine while no child was actually screaming. The public scene demanded speed. In the store, you lower your voice and tell the child to stand up. The child does not stand. You explain that the desired toy candy or brightly packaged cereal will not be purchased. This strengthens the protest. A nearby woman glances toward you and then away, which is more expressive than staring. An older clerk may offer a sympathetic smile or the dangerous observation that children were better behaved in her day. You consider leaving the cart, carrying the child outside and abandoning the entire shopping trip. But supper still requires food. The baby needs formula, and the household cannot live indefinitely on whatever remains beside the bread box. If you surrender and buy the object, the child may learn that public collapse is an effective financial instrument. If you refuse and the screaming continues, everyone nearby receives the performance. You guide the child toward the exit with one hand while holding a handbag and several household necessities with the other. The ideal mother would turn this into a quiet lesson. The actual mother is attempting not to lose a glove. At home, behavior became a family subject. A father returning from work might expect the children to be orderly by evening, particularly if his paid day was understood to earn him peace inside the home. The mother was expected to deliver that peace through routines, warnings, separation of quarreling siblings, and the mysterious management of moods. If a child shouted during dinner, refused to apologize, or knocked over a glass after being told twice to sit properly, the father might intervene. In some households, this support relieved the mother. In others, it transformed discipline into a threat held in reserve throughout the day. Wait until your father gets home admitted that her own authority required reinforcement, while also making her responsible for reporting the offense correctly. She had to decide which misbehavior justified escalation, and which should be settled before the front door opened. Too many complaints might suggest she could not manage the children. Too few might allow problems to grow. The family praised paternal authority, but the mother often maintained the minute-by-minute system that made authority appear necessary only occasionally. Sibling conflict presented a different form of impossible judgment, because two children could produce 4 versions of one event before you entered the room. A toy was broken. Someone pushed first. Someone had been teasing for several minutes but omitted that detail from the opening statement. The younger child cried more convincingly. The older child presented evidence. You tried to discover what happened while preventing the argument from resuming, and any ruling risked accusations of favoritism. Parenting advice might recommend allowing children to solve minor disputes themselves. Relatives might warn that failure to intervene permitted cruelty. Separate them too quickly and they did not learn cooperation. Leave them together, and the quarrel could develop into an experiment involving furniture. Mothers were also warned that jealousy could be caused by insufficient reassurance, especially after a new baby arrived. A child's hostility therefore became another clue about maternal attention. Had you praised one child too much, compared them carelessly, expected maturity too soon? The broken toy lay on the carpet while the mother investigated not only the fight, but the emotional architecture of the family. Psychological language increasingly entered ordinary discussions of children, often in simplified form. Popular magazines and advice columns discussed security adjustment, personality, anxiety, aggression, dependence, rejection, and the effects of parental behavior. These ideas could help adults recognize that children possessed inner lives rather than merely bad habits. Fear might lie beneath defiance. A child struggling at school might need support rather than humiliation. Persistent behavior could reflect stress illness. developmental difference or difficulty that punishment alone would not solve. Yet the language also created new ways to blame mothers. A woman could be described as overprotective, rejecting, controlling, nervous, cold, smothering, inconsistent, or emotionally dependent on the child. The categories contradicted one another and remained flexible enough to fit nearly any outcome. If the child clung to her, she had encouraged dependence. If the child withdrew, she had failed to provide security. If the child became aggressive, perhaps the home contained tension. If the child remained unusually passive, perhaps the home contained too much control. The father influenced the family, certainly, but the diagnostic spotlight often found the mother first. A visit to a doctor, teacher, minister, or child guidance clinic could therefore bring both hope and fear. You wanted help if the behavior seemed persistent, dangerous, or deeply distressing. You also worried that asking for help would confirm that something was wrong with the child or with you. The professional might ask about feeding, toilet training, sleep fears, punishment, sibling relationships, marriage, pregnancy, and your own emotional state. These questions could reveal important patterns. They could also make an exhausted woman feel that every ordinary mistake had been preserved for examination. Did toilet training begin too early? Was affection withheld after misbehavior? Had a family move caused insecurity? Did the child witness arguments? The mother answered while trying to sound honest but not alarming. There was little socially acceptable language for saying that she loved the child, and sometimes found the child unbearable. Affection was supposed to eliminate resentment. In reality, those emotions could exist together, particularly after a day of noise repetition, spilled food, and public embarrassment. Race, class, and community change the consequences of children's behavior. A white middle-class child might be excused as lively, high-spirited, or going through a stage. A black child behaving similarly in a segregated school store bus station or white-controlled public space could face harsher assumptions and greater danger. Black mothers often taught children forms of restraint that were not simply about manners, but protection, how to speak to authority, where not to argue, when to lower the eyes, and how to survive an encounter in which innocence offered no guarantee of safety. Their discipline could be judged harsh by outsiders who ignored the world it was preparing children to navigate. Working-class mothers also face scrutiny from teachers, caseworkers, employers, and landlords who might interpret noise or disorder as evidence of moral failure rather than crowded housing, irregular work schedules, or limited resources. Immigrant families balance community traditions with American expectations that children adapt, quickly speak English, and behave differently across home and school. One child's misbehavior could never be separated entirely from the rules of the place where it occurred. By evening, the department store tantrum has become a story told in a quieter room. The child is tired now, perhaps embarrassed, perhaps still angry, perhaps barely interested in the event that has occupied your thoughts for hours. You explain why the behavior was unacceptable. A privilege may be removed. An apology may be required. You try to remain consistent even though part of you wants only to end the discussion and begin bedtime. The child asks whether you're still angry. Beneath the misbehavior is the more vulnerable question, are we still connected? You say that the behavior was wrong and that the love remains. This distinction sounds simple when printed in a book. Living it requires patience, after patience has already been spent. Later, when the house becomes quiet, you replay the scene. Perhaps you were too sharp. Perhaps you should have left the store sooner. Perhaps the child needed lunch sleep or reassurance rather than punishment. Perhaps everyone, including the mother, had simply reached the limit of the day. Perfect motherhood encouraged the belief that there must always have been one correct response available, if only you'd been calm and wise enough to recognize it. Ordinary motherhood was built from incomplete information, public pressure, personal history, and decisions made before anyone had time to consider them properly. Tomorrow the child will return to school carrying more than lunch and a clean collar. A report card will eventually arrive filled with letters, numbers, and carefully worded comments about effort, conduct, reading, arithmetic, and attention. The tantrum will have ended. The larger question of adjustment will remain. And once again a document addressed to the child will be opened by a mother who cannot help wondering how much of the grade belongs to her. A report card was not simply a record of what a child had learned. It was a small folded document capable of entering the kitchen, silencing conversation, and making an entire household feel as though it had been summoned for review. The child brings it home in the afternoon, tucked between arithmetic papers and a spelling list, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. You notice the stiff envelope immediately. Supper is not yet started. The baby is restless. A damp coat hangs near the door. Still, the report card acquires priority because it contains letters, numbers, check marks, and carefully chosen phrases written by the person who has watched your child for 6 hours a day. Reading satisfactory. Arithmetic needs improvement. Penmanship uneven. Conduct talks at inappropriate times. Effort capable of doing better. That final phrase is particularly efficient. It praises ability, identifies failure, and creates additional work for everyone at home without specifying how much. The card belongs to the student, but your eyes move through it as though your own name has been printed somewhere in smaller type. Did you supervise enough? Was bedtime too late? Were the mornings too rushed? Had the child been distracted because the household was not calm enough? Education had issued a grade. Motherhood immediately began calculating the portion it believed it deserved. The marks themselves could vary by school teacher and region. Some cards used letters. Others relied on numbers, descriptive categories, or combinations of academic subjects and personal habits. Neatness, citizenship, cooperation, punctuality, effort, self-control, and respect for authority might appear beside reading, spelling, geography, music, and arithmetic. These categories reflected the larger purpose schools were expected to serve. Children were not only learning facts, they were being trained to arrive on time, sit correctly, complete tasks, follow instructions, work with others, and become dependable members of society. A child who earned strong academic marks but interrupted the teacher still presented a problem. A child who behaved beautifully but struggled to read created another kind of worry. The report card compressed months of classroom life into a few symbols, and symbols invite comparison. You remembered the child next door who'd been moved into a higher reading group. You remembered another mother mentioning piano lessons and extra workbooks. The card did not say that your child was failing. It merely provided enough information for your imagination to continue the assessment after the teacher had gone home. Homework now changed character. Before the card, spelling practice had been one task among many. After needs improvement, every unfinished word looked significant. You clear a section of the kitchen table, move the sugar bowl, sharpen 2 pencils, and ask the child to begin. The child says the assignment is easy. The report card suggests otherwise. A page of arithmetic problems appears. You ask for the method taught in class because explaining it the way you learned may create confusion. The child cannot remember the method but remains certain yours is wrong. Reading practice follows with a library book opened beneath the hanging light, while pots begin warming on the stove. The child stumbles over a word, guesses, and looks toward you. You provide a hint. Too much help may prevent learning. Too little may produce frustration. The baby cries. Water begins boiling. Another child needs scissors for a project first mentioned 30 seconds ago. The ideal home offers a quiet study environment with attentive guidance. The actual kitchen is performing education, food production, infant care, and emergency stationery supply at the same table. Penmanship carried its own moral atmosphere. A carefully formed page suggested patience control and respect for the assignment. Sloping letters, blots uneven spacing, or erasures suggested haste or insufficient effort. You might place a fresh sheet of paper in front of the child and ask for the sentence again. The child's hand tightens around the pencil. The new version begins neatly and deteriorates by the fourth line. You remind them to slow down. They explain that slowing down makes the work take longer, an argument that is technically sound and therefore unhelpful. Mothers sometimes purchased practice paper copied words onto cards, listened to multiplication tables, drilled spelling lists, or helped assemble projects from paste construction, paper string cardboard, and materials discovered too late to obtain easily. The finished assignment might appear to represent one child's independent effort. Teachers usually knew when an adult had contributed too enthusiastically, particularly when the lettering on the title page showed a sudden level of maturity. The mother was expected to support without taking over, improve the result without disguising the child, and prevent failure without removing its educational value. Assistance had to be both effective and invisible. Academic success also became connected to future security. Parents who had lived through depression, war discrimination, unstable work, or limited schooling could view education as protection against hardship. A good report card suggested possibility. A poor one could awaken fears much larger than one term of arithmetic. Would the child fall behind? Would the teacher label them lazy? Would they lose confidence? Would limited achievement close doors that the family had worked to open? Middle-class families might discuss college professional careers and the importance of competing in a changing economy. Working-class parents might hope education would spare a child from dangerous or exhausting labor, even while needing older children to contribute at home. Immigrant parents could treat school success as proof that sacrifice and relocation were leading somewhere. Black parents often placed enormous value on education while confronting segregated schools' unequal funding, outdated books, exclusion, and institutions prepared to underestimate their children. For many mothers, encouraging achievement was not a fashionable domestic project. It was an attempt to strengthen a child against a world that might offer fewer chances than the report card politely implied. The home, however, could not provide identical resources. One child had a desk in a quiet bedroom, shelves of books, a parent with time to help and money for music lessons, tutoring encyclopedias or summer programs. Another studied at a crowded table beside younger siblings, completed chores after school, shared textbooks, or went to bed early because the family rose before dawn. A mother who worked an evening shift might check homework late at night, or rely on an older child. A rural family could face long travel times and seasonal labor. A household in a segregated district might support a school forced to operate with fewer materials than a white school nearby. Children with hearing loss, poor eyesight, learning differences, chronic illness, or developmental disabilities were often misunderstood as careless, slow, disobedient, or unmotivated. A report card recorded classroom performance. It rarely recorded the conditions surrounding it. Yet mothers were encouraged to treat the mark as something that could be corrected through firmer routines, greater attention, and more practice, as though every obstacle could be solved with an earlier bedtime and an additional spelling quiz. The teacher's written comments could be the most powerful part because they sounded personal. Mary is pleasant but shy. Thomas must learn to apply himself. Susan becomes discouraged easily. James distracts others. Each sentence seemed to reveal a child you knew and did not entirely know. At home, Mary talked constantly. How could she be shy, Thomas spent an hour building a model airplane with astonishing concentration. Why could he not apply himself to fractions? Susan's discouragement might look like stubbornness at the kitchen table. James's humour delighted relatives and irritated the classroom. The report card reminded mothers that children developed separate public selves. A child could be compliant at home and difficult at school, or troublesome at home and charming to every teacher. This independence was healthy, but it also limited maternal control. You could teach manners, establish routines, encourage effort, and send the child through the school doors. You could not sit inside the child's mind during a spelling test, or prevent a whispered joke at the exact moment the teacher turned around. When the father reads the card after supper, another interpretation begins. He may praise strong marks, question the weak ones, sign the bottom, and instruct the child to work harder. In some homes, his disappointment carries greater force because he is less involved in the daily practice. The mother has watched every worksheet argument and small improvement. The father encounters the summary. He may ask why arithmetic has fallen. The child looks toward you, and suddenly you're not merely a parent but the local administrator responsible for explaining the educational decline. Perhaps the answer is that the child finds division difficult. Perhaps the teacher moves quickly. Perhaps practice has been inconsistent because the baby was ill. Perhaps there is no dramatic explanation. Children do not progress evenly. Yet the family ideal prefers a cause, a plan, and a responsible adult. The card is signed. New rules may be announced. Less radio. Earlier homework. More reading. The mother is usually the person expected to enforce them after the father returns to work. Later, after the children are asleep, you look at the card once more before placing it in a drawer. The marks are not disastrous. There is praise beside the concerns. The child is growing, learning, forgetting, resisting, improving, and developing at a pace no adult can fully command. You know this. Still, the phrase "could do better" remains. It could describe almost any child. It could describe almost any mother. The standard of perfect motherhood depended on an endless horizon of improvement. Cleaner clothes, calmer behaviour, healthier meals, stronger grades, better friends, greater confidence, more independence, and fewer risks. Success never completed the assignment. It merely advanced the child to another level. Outside, the season is changing. School papers and arithmetic drills will soon compete with warm afternoons, bicycles, swimming pools, public beaches, and warnings whispered between mothers about a disease that could strike children without respecting cleanliness, discipline, or grades. The report card suggested that effort produced results. The coming summer would challenge that comforting belief. Some dangers could not be corrected at the kitchen table. They arrived through newspaper headlines, closed recreation areas, and the fear behind a mother's decision to let a child go swimming. Summer was supposed to release children from schedules. Instead, in a polio year, freedom came with instructions. By late morning heat presses against the screens, the pavement shines, and the children have already asked whether they may go to the municipal pool. You look toward the newspaper folded beside the radio where another report has mentioned local cases, hospital wards, or precautions discussed by health officials. The swimming suits are dry on the line. Towels wait in the cupboard. Somewhere nearby, other children are already shouting in water. Yet the ordinary decision to say yes or no now feels larger than one afternoon. Should the children avoid crowded pools? Should they rest after exercise? Should they stay away from anyone with a fever? Should you cancel the picnic, the playground, the movie, or the visit to cousins? Poliomyelitis could spread silently, and most infections did not produce the terrifying paralysis shown in newspaper photographs. That uncertainty made protection harder, not easier. A scraped knee offered blood dirt and a bandage. Polio offered an invisible threat, and a mother expected to behave as though careful judgment could see it coming. Fear gathered around familiar summer places. Pools, beaches, camps, theatres, playgrounds, church gatherings, and crowded streets could all become subjects of worried conversation when cases rose. Communities sometimes closed recreation facilities or discouraged large gatherings, while families created their own rules based on local news, medical advice, rumour, and personal fear. One mother allowed swimming, but not on the hottest afternoons. Another kept children away from public water entirely. A third insisted that exhaustion weakened resistance and ordered everyone indoors to rest, though the scientific certainty behind such advice was not always as solid as the confidence with which it was repeated. You listened to the radio, read public health notices, and compared information with women at the grocery store. Each conversation added a new possible danger. Do not share drinking cups. Keep hands clean. Avoid crowds. Watch for fever, headache, stiffness, sore throat, unusual tiredness, or pain in the limbs. Many of these precautions were sensible habits. None guaranteed safety. Perfect motherhood disliked this kind of answer. It preferred a rule that could be followed, a surface that could be cleaned, and a child who would remain well as proof that the rule had worked. The children did not experience the problem in the same way. To them, the pool was still the pool. A friend stood at the gate with a towel over one shoulder. The air smelled of cut grass and warm concrete. They asked why they could not go, and the truthful answer was that you did not know whether going was dangerous. Uncertainty was rarely persuasive to a 10-year-old. If you allowed the outing, you watched the clock and imagined symptoms that had not appeared. If you refused, the child accused you of being unfair, overprotective, or the only mother on the street determined to ruin summer. You might offer a sprinkler in the yard, a shaded porch, paper dolls, cards, books, or a glass of lemonade. These substitutes were safe in the broad sense and deeply inferior in the opinion of the intended audience. The child saw one lost afternoon. You saw an illness that might bring weeks in a hospital, months of rehabilitation, permanent disability, or death. The distance between those two perspectives could not be crossed with a cheerful explanation. The National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, widely known through the March of Dimes, had already made polio a national cause. Families sent small contributions, schools collected coins, posters appeared in public places, and volunteers raised money for research, treatment, equipment, and care. Mothers helped organise campaigns because the disease threatened children, and because women's unpaid community labour was repeatedly recruited whenever a national emergency needed refreshments, envelopes, and dependable telephone calls. The fundraising could be hopeful. It gave frightened families something practical to do. It also kept the image of polio present in daily life. Children in braces, patients in rehabilitation hospital wards, and the large mechanical respirators commonly called iron lungs. Those images represented real suffering, but they could turn every summer headache into a private alarm. When your child came indoors complaining of tired legs after hours of play, you tried to ask calm questions. Had there been a fall? Was there fever? Did the neck hurt? The child wanted a drink of water. You were already constructing a medical investigation. A call to the doctor might bring reassurance or instructions to watch carefully. A fever could be one of many ordinary childhood illnesses. A stiff neck or unusual weakness required more concern, but mothers were not expected to diagnose polio themselves, only to recognize danger without becoming hysterical before it was visible. This was another impossible balance. Wait too long, and you might blame yourself forever. Call too quickly, and someone could treat your fear as unnecessary. Access to care again shaped what protection meant. Families with telephones, cars, money, and nearby physicians could seek advice more easily. Rural mothers might be separated from hospitals by long roads. Black patients faced segregated wards, unequal treatment facilities, and rehabilitation systems that did not offer equal access. Poor families might depend on public clinics, charitable aid relatives, and organizations helping with medical costs. The disease could strike across class lines, but the resources available afterward were never distributed evenly. National posters showed a shared threat. They did not show every barrier between a frightened mother and the treatment her child required. Then, in the middle of the decade, came the great promise of vaccination. News that the Salk vaccine had been shown to protect children brought extraordinary relief, and public programs began the enormous task of delivering injections to millions. Schools became vaccination sites. Consent forms travelled home. Mothers read notices, signed papers, asked doctors questions, and brought children into lines where rolled sleeves replaced the helpless waiting of earlier summers. The vaccine represented scientific achievement, collective fundraising, laboratory work, field trials, public administration, and the hope that a disease associated with summer dread might finally be controlled. Yet hope did not erase anxiety overnight. Supplies were limited at first. Eligibility and access varied. Some parents worried about safety. A serious manufacturing failure involving improperly inactivated vaccine from one producer briefly intensified public fear and interrupted parts of the program. Mothers were asked to trust the vaccine, understand changing announcements, and make decisions while experts corrected problems in public. Modern medicine was delivering protection. It was doing so through needles, forms, queues, shortages, and headlines that could change before breakfast. On vaccination morning, your child stands in a school corridor smelling of floor wax and nervousness. Other children whisper about the needle. A teacher arranges the line. A nurse prepares supplies behind a table. You may have explained that the injection will hurt only briefly, another parental prediction made in the service of public health. The child watches the person ahead whose reaction now becomes the official measure of danger. When your turn arrives, a sleeve is lifted, skin cleaned, and the needle enters. The child's face tightens. You praise bravery while feeling relief greater than the small procedure seems to justify. One injection does not complete every recommended dose, and immunity is not a magical shield that transforms the summer immediately. Still, the moment changes the emotional landscape. For years, mothers had been told to watch, avoid, clean, rest, and hope. Now protection could be carried in the body. The mother's duty remained, but it had finally gained help from something more powerful than vigilance. Even vaccination could not remove the burden of hindsight. A child who remained healthy seemed to confirm every precaution. A child who became ill could leave a mother reviewing decisions no one could fairly judge. Had she allowed the pool too soon, missed a symptom, delayed a call, trusted the wrong reassurance? Disease exposed the central lie inside perfect motherhood, that sufficient care could control every outcome. Mothers could reduce risks, follow medical guidance, seek treatment, and provide devoted care. They could not command viruses. They could not guarantee that every child would be spared. The ideal gave them responsibility without granting them authority over nature, then allowed tragedy to feel like personal failure. By the end of the afternoon, the children are back in the yard. Perhaps the pool remained forbidden. Perhaps the vaccine appointment has made you slightly less afraid. The radio plays through an open window while a bicycle wheel clicks against the curb. You watch the children run and try not to measure every movement for weakness. Letting them play now feels like an act of trust rather than inattention. The summer is still warm. The grass still stains knees. Childhood continues. Though the mother experiences its freedom as a series of risks she must release one at a time. Soon another clock will begin governing the household. It will ring before sunrise, not for a feeding or a fever, but because many mothers must prepare children for school and then prepare themselves for paid work. The public ideal may still describe motherhood as a full-time occupation inside the home. The factory whistle, office elevator, hospital corridor and bus timetable will reveal how many women were already working 2 shifts. The clock did not care whether the baby had been awake at 2, whether a child had misplaced a shoe, or whether the kitchen sink already contained the remains of breakfast. At 5:45 in the morning it rang, because your employer expected you to arrive on time. You opened your eyes in a dark room and immediately began calculating. Coffee, bottles, lunches, clothing, bus fare, childcare, supper. The child with the cough sounded better, probably. The older one needed a signed school paper. Your work dress required pressing near the hem. Somewhere beneath the ordinary fatigue waited the knowledge that the public ideal still described a proper mother as a woman centered entirely inside the home. This was interesting because thousands of offices, hospitals, restaurants, factories, laundries, shops, schools, farms, and private households were already depending on mothers to report for work. The nation admired full-time motherhood and employed full-time mothers simultaneously. It solved the contradiction by expecting women to perform both roles without allowing either one to look neglected. Before leaving, you attempted to manufacture a complete family morning at increased speed. Coffee began percolating while oatmeal warmed on the stove. One child appeared wearing only 1 sock. Another had forgotten that today required gym shoes. The baby needed changing just as you fastened your own stockings. You packed sandwiches, checked the refrigerator for supper ingredients, set out a casserole dish for later, and repeated instructions to the person who would watch the youngest child. If care came from a grandmother, neighbour, older daughter, relative, paid sitter, nursery or informal arrangement, the handover required details. When had the baby eaten? Which child needed medicine? Where was the emergency number? How much milk remained? What time would you return? A perfect mother was expected to know everything occurring in her absence, although the central fact of absence was often treated as a moral concern. You buttoned your coat, kissed several foreheads, and stepped outside carrying a handbag, lunch gloves, and the feeling that one forgotten item was already waiting to reveal itself. Many married women and mothers worked for pay during the 1950s, despite the decade's polished domestic imagery. Their reasons varied. Some households needed the income for rent, food, medical bills, school clothes, debt, or a home of their own. Some women had always worked and saw no reason to describe employment as an unusual interruption in female life. Black women had long participated in paid labour at higher rates than the white middle-class ideal acknowledged often in domestic service. Agriculture factories, hospitals, laundries and other jobs shaped by both racial and sex discrimination. Working-class women entered shops, production lines, cafeterias, offices and service work, because one wage did not reliably support every family. Widowed, divorced, separated and single mothers might have no second income to debate. Other women worked because they valued skill, companionship, independence, or the part of themselves that existed beyond household duty. Yet even when her earnings were necessary, a mother could be expected to present employment as something secondary, temporary, or undertaken for the children. Wanting the work itself was more difficult to explain. The journey to work created the first public shift of the day. You boarded a bus, walked to a streetcar stop, joined automobile traffic, or hurried along a city sidewalk among other women whose household mornings were concealed beneath hats, coats, and composed expressions. At an office you might type letters, answer telephones, prepare files, schedule appointments, and ensure that the men arriving after you found the workday already organised. In a factory, The whistle and production line set a pace that could not slow because a child had resisted breakfast. In a hospital, school, restaurant, store, or laundry, other people's needs replaced your family's needs for several hours. The employer expected reliability. Motherhood remained interested in emergencies. A telephone call from school could suddenly connect the two systems. Your child had a fever. Your child had fallen. Your child had forgotten something essential. You stood beside the telephone calculating who could help, whether you could leave, how much pay would be lost, and whether your supervisor's patience had already been used. The child needed care immediately. The workplace wanted advance notice. Neither had consulted the other. Childcare sat at the centre of the arrangement, although public discussions of working mothers often treated it as a private puzzle each family should solve quietly. A grandmother might care for the baby while the mother worked. A neighbour might supervise several children for payment. Older siblings could be assigned responsibilities that shorten their own afternoons. Some children attended day nurseries, church programs, settlement house services, employer-linked facilities, or other organised care, but access varied greatly by location and income. Informal arrangements were common because formal systems were limited, costly, inconvenient, or absent. Reliability depended on human lives that could also become ill-tired, overburdened, or unavailable. If the sitter cancelled at dawn, the mother still had a job. If a child became sick, the arrangement could collapse. The family often praised the woman who managed beautifully, while the management itself consisted of telephone calls, favours exchanged, childcare, complicated routes, and the permanent fear that one weak link would fail on the morning when failure was least affordable. Judgment came from several directions at once. Some neighbours believed a young child needed the mother at home. Teachers might assume she was available during the day. Employers could regard family obligations as evidence that women were unreliable workers. Relatives might ask whether the extra income was worth the strain, particularly while enjoying something that income had purchased. A mother who admitted exhaustion risked confirming that she had taken on too much. A mother who admitted satisfaction at work risked appearing insufficiently devoted. She could say that employment helped the family, kept her busy, or paid for the children's future. She was less encouraged to say that competence felt good, that adult conversation mattered, or that earning money created a form of security unavailable through dependence. The cultural argument often asked whether mothers should work, as though millions of women were waiting in living rooms for the verdict. In reality, the bus was already arriving. Race and class shaped not only whether mothers worked, but how their work was understood. A white middle-class woman taking an office position might be described as seeking extra money or personal interest. A black mother doing domestic labour in another family's home could be treated as naturally available for work while her own childcare needs disappeared from view. She might prepare breakfast for an employer's children after arranging for someone else to feed hers. She could be praised for loyalty in the workplace and criticised for absence at home by the same society that restricted her family's economic opportunities. Latina, Asian American, Native American immigrant and migrant mothers faced their own combinations of low wages, discrimination, language barriers, agricultural schedules, relocation, and limited public services. Rural mothers often performed labour that was economically essential, but not always counted separately from household work, tending gardens, preserving food, caring for animals, keeping accounts, taking in laundry, or assisting with farm production. The label working mother depended partly on which forms of women's work the culture had decided to notice. At 5 o'clock, paid employment ended for some women, but the clock merely changed supervisors. You joined the line at a grocery counter, hurried toward the bus, or drove home while planning supper from the ingredients available. The children arrived with stories, complaints, papers, and hunger. The baby reached toward you, and affection mixed with guilt because someone else had witnessed much of the day. You changed clothes quickly, tied on an apron, and began cooking. A husband returning from work might reasonably feel tired. The working mother was expected to understand this because her own fatigue remained administratively invisible. If the household followed traditional roles, paid employment did not erase responsibility for meals, laundry, cleaning appointments, schoolwork, birthdays, and emotional management. It was added above them. Labor-saving appliances helped, but a washing machine could not supervise homework while preparing dinner. A refrigerator preserved food. It did not remember that the child needed cardboard for tomorrow. Supper became a second performance of normality. You placed food on the table and tried to ask about everyone's day before the children began arguing. Perhaps the meal was simpler than the magazines recommended. Perhaps canned soup, frozen vegetables, leftovers, or a prepared dish had shortened the work. Convenience foods were valuable precisely because time was scarce, yet using them could attract criticism from the same culture that had offered them as modern solutions. A woman who cooked everything from scratch might be admired and exhausted. A woman who relied on shortcuts might save an hour and wonder whether the meal proved inadequate devotion. The children were unlikely to appreciate the philosophical distinction. They wanted to know whether there was dessert. You ate while reviewing spelling words, listening to a workplace concern from your husband, and remembering that clean uniforms were needed by morning. The family saw a mother at the table. The employer had seen a worker at a desk or machine. Each institution received a version of her that appeared complete. When the children were finally asleep, another small shift remained. Lunches could be packed, clothing laid out, bottles prepared, laundry folded, and the alarm set for the next morning. You checked the sleeping child who had coughed at dawn and placed a hand briefly against the forehead. Cool. Relief arrived, followed immediately by planning. If the fever returned, who could stay home? Could you miss another day? Would the neighbor help? How much money remained before payday? Perfect motherhood promised that love would make these decisions obvious. Love made them important. It did not make them simple. The working mother lived inside a standard designed to prevent her from fully succeeding. At work, family needs could mark her as less committed. At home, paid work could mark her as less available. If the children thrived, observers might say she had been fortunate. If they struggled, employment could become the explanation before anyone examined the school, the child's temperament, the father's role, illness, discrimination, or simple chance. Yet mothers continued. They built networks, exchanged favors, stretched wages, learned routes, prepared meals at night, and carried more than one world inside the same handbag. Their work was not always a tragedy or a liberation. Often it was necessary, satisfying, exhausting, unfair, and ordinary at the same time. Outside the window, the neighborhood settles into darkness. The factory whistle has gone quiet. Office lights are being switched off. In kitchens across the country, women who have already completed a paid day are washing one final dish and checking tomorrow's schedule. The clock will ring again. But the next part of the story must step outside the narrow magazine image entirely, because the pressure of perfect motherhood was never distributed equally. For black mothers raising children under segregation, preparing a child for schoolwork, travel, and public life involved more than cleanliness, nutrition, and good manners. It meant teaching dignity inside a country that could punish the child, regardless of how perfectly the rules were followed. For a black mother in 1950s America, the clean collar could not guarantee safety. It could only remove one excuse. At 7:30 in the morning, you stand behind your child in a small bedroom, straighten a shirt, smooth a dress, inspect fingernails, and run a comb carefully through freshly arranged hair. The schoolbooks waiting by the door may already be worn, their covers softened by years in another classroom before reaching this one. The lunch is wrapped, the shoes are polished. The child has been reminded to say good morning address, adults respectfully avoid arguments, keep hands visible and return home by the agreed route. These lessons sound like ordinary manners until you understand the second curriculum beneath them. A white mother may hope that good behavior will earn praise. You may hope that it prevents a teacher, bus driver, store clerk, police officer, or stranger from deciding that your child is dangerous, disrespectful, or undeserving before the child has done anything at all. The national ideal tells mothers to prepare children for success. You're preparing yours to move between home, where dignity is assumed, and a wider country, where it may have to be demonstrated repeatedly to people who have already decided not to see it. The child leaving your house may be entering a legally segregated school in the South, an unequally resourced school elsewhere, or a classroom shaped by neighbourhoods kept separate through housing discrimination and local policy. The building might be crowded. Textbooks might arrive after white schools have finished with them, their pages marked by other names and missing maps. Desks may be scarce, heating unreliable, buses inadequate, and laboratory equipment more theoretical than present. None of this means the education inside is without skill or ambition. Black teachers often bring extraordinary seriousness to classrooms because they understand that education is expected to carry more than academic knowledge. They teach reading, arithmetic, history, discipline, pride, and the ability to resist a society's low expectations without allowing the child's spirit to be consumed by them. Parents repair rooms, raise money, purchase supplies, organize transportation, and support teachers whose work is undermined by unequal public funding. The mother who insists on polished shoes is not pretending that appearance will erase injustice. She's telling the child, and perhaps reminding herself, that neglect imposed by the system will not be mistaken for a lack of worth inside the family. After school, the child returns with an assignment requiring materials the classroom cannot provide. A map needs colouring. A science project requires cardboard string jars or photographs. A book report assumes access to a library with the necessary book. You search cupboards, call a relative, ask a neighbour, or visit a black-owned shop that allows purchases on credit until payday. Perhaps you work outside the home and complete this search after your own shift. Perhaps you clean another family's house, care for another woman's children, serve food, wash uniforms, type letters, teach schoolwork in a hospital, or stand behind a sales counter where your courtesy is expected but rarely returned equally. Then you come home and make certain your child's assignment does not reveal the fatigue or limited resources behind it. This labour is not simply the pursuit of a good grade. Education may represent one of the few paths through which families hope children can gain security, professional opportunity, and greater freedom. The homework page therefore carries the emotional weight of history. When the child says the project is boring, you may feel irritation sharper than the assignment deserves. The child sees paste and cardboard. You see generations being told to wait. The rules you teach cannot always be spoken plainly because children deserve a childhood, yet the world may not permit complete innocence. You explain where they may sit, which entrance they must use, which park theatre, lunch counter, swimming pool, restroom or waiting room may reject them. You teach them not to answer an insult with the natural anger it deserves when answering could bring punishment far greater than the offence. You may tell a son not to run through a store, not because running is unusual for a boy, but because someone may interpret his body as a threat. You may warn a daughter that neatness and modesty will not prevent insult, but can reduce the opportunities others use to blame her for it. These lessons are forms of protection, though they can feel like an inheritance of fear. Too much warning may burden the child. Too little may leave the child unprepared. Perfect motherhood has already demanded that women protect children without making them timid. For black mothers, the contradiction is crueler. The child must possess confidence, while understanding that confidence may be punished when displayed in the wrong place. Community organizations help carry what no household can manage alone. Churches, women's clubs, parent groups, teachers' associations, mutual aid networks, and local civil rights organizations turn kitchens, classrooms, and fellowship halls into centers of planning. The National Congress of Colored Parents and Teachers, formed under the leadership of educator Selena Sloan Butler decades earlier, advocates for black children in communities where segregation has created separate and unequal systems. By the 1950s, black parent-teacher groups are raising money, promoting health and safety-strengthening schools, and building a public voice for families excluded from equal institutions. Mothers prepare food for meetings, collect coins, write letters, organize clothing drives, arrange transportation, visit sick families, and press officials for improvements. This is maternal labor, but it is also civic leadership. The culture may describe these women as helpful mothers, while overlooking that they are managing budgets, negotiating with authorities, studying policies, coordinating campaigns, and maintaining institutions under pressure. The cake table is real. So is the political strategy occurring beside it. In May 1954, the Supreme Court rules in Brown v. Board of Education that state-enforced racial segregation in public schools is unconstitutional. The decision is historic, but it does not cause school doors everywhere to open the following morning. A year later, the court calls for desegregation to proceed with all deliberate speed language that many resistant officials used to justify delay rather than urgency. Some communities begin changing. Others construct legal obstacles. Close schools intimidate families or organize open resistance. For a black mother, the ruling may bring hope, pride, anxiety, and an entirely new set of decisions. Should the child enter a formerly white school if the opportunity comes? Will the teachers protect them? Will classmates threaten them? Can the family survive attention from employers, landlords, newspapers, or hostile neighbors? The child may be asked to carry a national constitutional promise through a school entrance while adults scream against it. Calling such a child brave is accurate. It does not lessen the burden placed upon the family that must watch the child leave home. Not every black family experiences this struggle in the same way. The South's laws make segregation explicit, but northern and western cities also contain separated neighborhoods, unequal schools, discriminatory employment, restricted housing, and officials who deny inequality because it has not always been written on the same signs. A family moving during the Great Migration may escape one form of danger and meet another expressed through rent, redlining, overcrowding school boundaries, and quiet refusal. Middle-class black mothers may possess education, professional standing, and community influence, while still confronting institutions that treat their children as exceptions or intruders. Poor families face harsher material limits, but poverty does not erase planning, discipline, aspiration, or pride. Rural mothers, military families, domestic workers, teachers, nurses, widows, married women and grandmothers raising children, each construct protection from different resources. There is no single black motherhood, just as there is no single 1950s childhood. What connects many experiences is the exhausting demand to teach a child both that the child is fully worthy and that the country may not act accordingly. At night, after homework has been checked and school clothes have been laid out, the child may ask a question for which no gentle answer exists. Why is our school different? Why could we not sit there? Why did that woman speak to us that way? Why do I have to be better behaved than the other children? You sit on the edge of the bed and choose words carefully. You do not want injustice to become the child's identity. You also cannot pretend it is imaginary. Perhaps you speak of family pride, faith education caution, and people working to change the law. Perhaps you say that some rules are wrong even when powerful people enforce them. The child listens, then asks for water, or remembers an unfinished assignment, returning suddenly to ordinary childhood. You straighten the blanket and remain for another moment in the dim room. The perfect mother portrayed in national advertising was expected to deliver a healthy, mannerly child into a welcoming future. Black mothers were asked to perform that same labour, while helping build the future, defend the child from the present, and explain why the promises printed in school books had not yet reached every school door. Their vigilance was not evidence of nervousness. Their insistence was not excessive ambition. Their community work was not merely an extension of housekeeping. It was a sustained effort to create room for children in a nation that frequently restricted where those children could learn, live, travel and dream. Tomorrow the magazine kitchen will grow even less representative. We will leave the familiar suburb and enter farmhouses, factory neighbourhoods, crowded apartments, immigrant homes and military housing, where mothers face standards written for lives they were never given the money, space, language, stability or time to imitate. The magazine kitchen had clean counters, matching curtains, and enough open space for a mother to stand beneath flattering light while arranging a roast. Many American mothers worked in kitchens that were smaller, hotter, more crowded, farther from stores shared with relatives or attached to households that changed address whenever wages crops, military orders or landlords required it. At 6 in the morning, a rural mother may already have fed chickens, carried water, checked a stove, prepared breakfast, packed lunches, and sent an older child toward a bus stop half a mile down the road. In a factory neighbourhood, another mother wakes before the first shift turns on the kitchen light in a narrow apartment and moves quietly so the children sleeping in the next room can remain asleep for 10 more minutes. Across town, an immigrant mother rolls dough, warms yesterday's food, or prepares a familiar breakfast while listening to children practice English phrases they will use at school. On a military base, a woman opens a cupboard in a house that still smells slightly unfamiliar, searching for the lunchbox packed during the last move. None of these rooms resembles the national advertisement exactly. All of them are producing childhood. Rural motherhood carried responsibilities that did not fit neatly into the language of housekeeping, because the home was often connected directly to food production, animals, weather, and seasonal labour. A mother might preserve vegetables, mend work, clothes, keep accounts, tend a garden, help during harvest, care for poultry, prepare meals for hired hands, and raise children at the same time. The day followed natural and agricultural clocks as much as school bells. Rain could delay field work. A broken pump could change the entire morning. Winter roads might make a doctor store or school difficult to reach. Children often contributed through chores, carrying wood, gathering eggs, feeding animals, watching younger siblings, or helping with crops. These tasks could teach skill and responsibility, but they also meant that childhood labour was woven into family survival. The ideal mother was told to provide stimulating play, scheduled rest, and carefully supervised activities. A farm mother might be trying to prevent a toddler from approaching machinery, while helping an older child finish chores before dark. The chicken house had not read the parenting manual. Distance changed maternal decisions. A child with a fever could not always be placed quickly into a car and driven to a nearby pediatric office. A trip to town required fuel time, passable roads, and someone to manage the remaining work. Shopping was often planned less frequently, which made flour, canned goods dried. Beans, preserves, powdered milk, and other durable foods especially important. Clothing might be ordered from catalogues sewn at home, altered repeatedly, or handed down through several children. A school event scheduled for evening could demand a long drive after a full day's work. Rural mothers built networks through churches, neighbours, extension programs, schools, and relatives because isolation made cooperation practical. One woman knew who could lend a pressure canner, another could sit with a sick child, someone had a telephone, someone else had a truck. These relationships were not quaint decoration around farm life. They were infrastructure created from trust memory and the knowledge that weather did not care whether the household had completed its plans. In working-class city and factory town homes, space and time were often the scarcest household resources. A family might live in a small apartment, where the kitchen table served as dining room, homework desk, sewing station, and place to sort laundry. Children shared bedrooms or slept in rooms used for other purposes during the day. Noise passed through walls. Stairs had to be climbed with groceries, babies, and coal or laundry depending on the building. A mother working outside the home might coordinate her shift with a husband, sister, neighbour, or older child so that someone remained available. If both parents worked days, childcare had to be found. If one worked nights, sleep became the household's most fragile possession. The children were expected to remain quiet while a parent rested, which is a reasonable request only if the children have temporarily stopped being children. A radio played softly, a pot simmered, shoes dried near a radiator. The perfect home was supposed to provide each family member with private space. Many mothers instead managed family life through timing, asking one person to study while another slept, and a third bathed in a kitchen already preparing supper. Working-class respectability could be especially unforgiving because outward order was used to distinguish a struggling family from stereotypes about poverty, irresponsibility, or disorder. A clean stoop, washed curtains, neat children, and rent, paid on time, became signs that the household was managing. Mothers often protected family dignity through relentless maintenance of small visible things. A coat could be worn at the cuffs, but brushed carefully. A dress might be second-hand but freshly pressed. Lunch could be inexpensive but wrapped neatly. This labour did not remove economic hardship. It made hardship less available for public inspection. Yet one illness, reduced shift, factory closure, or unexpected bill could undo weeks of planning. A mother might delay replacing her own shoes so a child could attend school properly dressed. She might stretch meat into stew, save bacon, drippings, repair sheets, take in laundry, clean offices, or sell baked goods. The culture praised thrift until poverty became visible, then often blamed the family for failing to conceal it better. Immigrant mothers faced another set of translations. They translated language, food, clothing, religion, discipline, and family expectations between the world inside the home and the institutions outside it. A child might learn English quickly and begin correcting a mother's pronunciation, gaining power in grocery stores, school offices, and public buildings before possessing the maturity to understand it. Letters from school arrived containing unfamiliar terms. Permission slips required signatures. Teachers recommended activities that conflicted with work schedules, religious customs, or family responsibilities. The child might ask for white bread instead of the bread made at home, a packaged cereal seen in advertisements, or clothing that resembled classmates rather than relatives. These requests could sound small. To a mother, they might carry the fear that acceptance required the child to become embarrassed by the family that had made acceptance possible. Food often revealed this tension most clearly. A lunch prepared with care could return uneaten because another child had laughed at its smell. A family dish might be loved at the kitchen table and hidden in the school cafeteria. Some mothers adapted packing more familiar American foods during the week and preserving traditional meals at home. Others refused to let ridicule decide what the family ate. Most negotiated somewhere between pride and protection. They wanted children to belong without teaching them that belonging required shame. Language created similar strain. Parents encouraged English because it opened doors while fearing that children might lose the words needed to speak with grandparents. A mother might insist on one language at home and hear the child answer in another. The child was becoming American in precisely the way the nation demanded, yet the process could feel like a quiet rearrangement of family intimacy. Military mothers lived with another kind of uncertainty, the knowledge that the household could be packed into boxes and moved because an order had arrived. Base housing, rented rooms, temporary quarters, and unfamiliar neighborhoods turned homemaking into repeated reconstruction. A mother learned to unpack the children's familiar blankets. First, locate the school, find a doctor, identify a grocery store, introduce herself to neighbors, and create normality before the family had memorized the street names. Children entered new classrooms carrying records, accents, and the guarded confidence of people who knew friendships might be temporary. A father could be absent for training sea duty deployment, or an overseas assignment, leaving the mother to manage discipline, illness, repairs, finances, and emotional reassurance while maintaining letters filled with news that would not cause unnecessary worry. She was expected to appear resilient because military life had chosen resilience as part of the uniform, even though hers was invisible. Base communities could provide strong support. Other wives understood the sudden move, the missing husband, the child who cried after changing schools, and the practical need to borrow a pan before household goods arrived. Women shared rides, watched children, delivered meals, and passed along information about doctors, stores, schools, and regulations. Yet community closeness could also intensify scrutiny. A family's behavior might reflect upon the serviceman's standing. A wife's appearance. Hospitality spending and conduct could be interpreted as part of her husband's professional life, especially within tightly organized officer communities. The mother was not only making a home, she was maintaining a household that represented military order, while living with the possibility that it would be dismantled and rebuilt somewhere else within a year. The curtains went up anyway. Children required somewhere that felt permanent even when permanence had been placed in storage. Across all these households, extended family often made the difference between endurance and collapse. Grandmothers cared for babies, older sisters supervised younger children, aunts shared housing, cousins passed down clothing, and neighbors became relatives through repeated necessity. Mainstream parenting advice often addressed one mother standing alone with one child inside a private home. Real motherhood was frequently collective. It involved several women exchanging time-food knowledge, discipline and care. This support could be loving and indispensable. It could also bring conflict. A grandmother might reject newer feeding advice. An aunt might criticize discipline. A mother sharing a kitchen with relatives did not possess complete authority over meal schedules or children. The same network that protected her could observe her closely. There was always someone available to help, and occasionally someone available to explain how the task should have been done. By night, these mothers entered rooms very different from one another and performed the same final inspection. Was the child warm? Was tomorrow's clothing ready? Had the school paper been signed? Was there enough food until payday or the next trip to town? Could the family manage if the car failed, the crop suffered, the sitter cancelled, or new orders arrived? The perfect mother ideal treated stability as something a good woman created through character. These mothers knew that stability also depended on wages, housing, weather, public services, transportation, immigration, discrimination, military policy, and luck. Their skill lay not in controlling those forces, but in building continuity around them. The magazine kitchen was not entirely false. Many women desired comfortable homes, healthy children, reliable appliances, and orderly family meals. The falsehood was the suggestion that one model represented everyone, and that failure to reproduce it revealed insufficient devotion. Mothers outside that image were not lesser versions of the suburban ideal. They were experts in different environments, improvising with the materials available, preserving dignity under strain, and teaching children how to belong to families and communities the national picture barely showed. But some children could not be fitted into any of the decades-approved images, no matter how devoted, resourceful, or well-organized the mother was. A child might not walk, speak, hear, learn, behave, or develop according to the expected chart. Then the household would encounter a harsher standard, not simply how to raise a healthy child, but how to defend a child whom doctors, schools, neighbours, and institutions might describe as a problem to be hidden, corrected, separated, or surrendered. The development chart was supposed to describe children. In the hands of an anxious household, it could begin to judge them. At 9 a.m, you sit in a pediatric examination room while your child turns a wooden block between small fingers and refuses to perform the simple action the doctor has requested. The paper beneath the child crackles. A metal instrument tray reflects the ceiling light. The doctor asks when the child first sat without support whether certain words are spoken, whether sounds produce a response, and whether walking has begun. You answer carefully, already aware that the dates do not fit the sequence printed in the baby book at home. A cousin's child was speaking earlier. The neighbour's daughter walked months ago. Perhaps yours is simply taking more time. Perhaps hearing is involved. Perhaps the muscles are weak, the instructions confusing, or the unfamiliar room frightening. The doctor writes something down. That small movement of the pencil seems louder than it should. You love the child sitting beside you exactly as the child is. Yet you have entered a system built around comparison, and comparison has a way of turning difference into suspense. Developmental observations could be genuinely useful. Doctors, psychologists, teachers, and therapists were learning more about how children moved, communicated, played learned, and responded to the world. A delayed skill might reveal hearing loss, impaired vision illness, nutritional difficulty, an injury, a motor disability, an intellectual disability, or another condition for which support could matter. But the categories available in the 1950s were often broad, inconsistent, and shaped by assumptions that treated disability primarily as defect. Families might receive an unclear diagnosis, an outdated label, or simply the instruction to wait and see. One professional could offer hope. Another could speak as though the child's future had already been sealed. You might be told not to expect too much, then criticized for not providing enough stimulation. You might be urged to accept reality without anyone explaining what practical help existed. The chart could show that the child developed differently. It could not tell you whether the school would open its doors, whether the town had an appropriate program, or whether relatives would continue speaking about the child in a lowered voice. At home, ordinary routines become informal examinations. You call the child's name from behind and watch for a turn of the head. You place a cup slightly farther away to encourage reaching. You repeat a word, wait, smile, and repeat it again. Buttons, spoons, blocks, picture books, stairs, shoes, and toilet training all become small measurements of progress. A successful attempt brings relief far greater than the action itself appears to deserve. A difficult afternoon can erase that confidence. You wonder whether you have helped too much, demanded too much, or failed to recognize something earlier. Relatives provide stories about children who caught up suddenly, as though development were a train running slightly behind schedule. Others recommend stricter discipline, special foods, more outdoor air, less attention, greater attention, or a treatment heard about from someone whose name has been forgotten. Advice expands wherever certainty is missing. The child continues playing on the floor while adults build theories overhead. Maternal blame made this uncertainty especially painful. Mid-century discussions of children's emotional and developmental differences sometimes searched the mother's personality, affection, discipline, pregnancy, or home atmosphere for an explanation. A woman could be asked whether she had worried too much, bonded properly protected excessively, or failed to provide the correct emotional environment. These questions might be presented professionally, but they carried a private accusation. Had she somehow created the difference through coldness, nervousness, resentment, or a mistake she could no longer remember? Such theories offered the comforting illusion that every condition had a domestic cause and could perhaps be corrected through improved mothering. They also placed responsibility on women for disabilities they did not cause. The mother who had already spent years adapting meals, clothing, transportation, and household routines could leave an appointment believing that her devotion itself was under suspicion. Perfect motherhood had found another impossible requirement: raise a child according to a normal pattern, and if the pattern differs, explain which part of yourself produced it. School age brought the private difference into a public system. You approach the neighborhood school carrying medical papers, notes, and examples of what the child can do. The principal may be kind but uncertain. The classroom may have no accessible entrance-trained teacher, speech support, suitable materials, or place for a child who requires extra assistance. In many communities, children with significant disabilities were excluded from ordinary public classrooms or offered only limited programs. A child might be placed in a special class without careful regard for individual ability. Another might remain at home taught by a mother who had never expected to become the entire school system. Families sometimes travelled long distances to specialised schools. Others paid privately when they could rely on church or charitable programs, or accepted whatever local arrangement existed. The right to a suitable public education was not yet guaranteed nationally. A school official could describe exclusion as practical necessity. The mother heard that the child did not belong. Teaching at home demanded patience, invention, and time. You arrange picture cards at the kitchen table, practiced sounds, counted spoons, strengthened fingers with clothespins, repeated instructions, and celebrated progress that no report card recorded. If the child had difficulty walking, you learned how to support the body without causing pain. If hearing was limited, you watched the face carefully and found ways to make meaning visible. If vision was impaired, furniture placement and familiar pathways mattered. If seizures, chronic illness, or medical treatment shaped the day, every lesson had to fit around fatigue and appointments. You remained the mother, but also became an informal therapist, teacher, advocate, transport service, and keeper of records. Experts might see the child for an hour. You carried their recommendations through breakfast play, bathing, frustration, and sleep. The work could produce deep knowledge of the child's abilities. It could also isolate the household, especially when other children disappeared into school each morning and yours remained beside the window. Some professionals advised families to place children in residential institutions, particularly when disabilities were considered severe or when community support was almost non-existent. The recommendation might be delivered as kindness. The institution had trained staff, specialized facilities, and the capacity to provide care beyond what one family could manage. Parents facing exhaustion, poverty, inaccessible housing, medical complexity, or several other children could feel they had no realistic alternative. Some institutions did provide forms of education and treatment unavailable locally. Many others became overcrowded custodial environments where privacy, affection, stimulation, and individual attention were dangerously scarce. A mother considering placement confronted a decision the perfect family ideal refused to imagine. Keep the child home without adequate help, and she might be told the entire family would suffer. Accept institutional care, and she could be accused by herself or others of abandonment. The state offered too little support, then presented the resulting desperation as a private family choice. Parents began refusing this narrow set of choices. Across the country, mothers and fathers found one another through clinics, churches, schools, newspaper notices, and community meetings. In 1950, local parent organizations joined to form a national association for children with intellectual disabilities, using terminology common at the time that has since been replaced. These families demanded education, research, community services, and lives beyond institutional walls. A church basement meeting might begin with folding chairs, coffee, and several parents who had spent years believing they were alone. One mother knew a teacher willing to help. Another had located a room for a small class. Someone understood local government. Someone could type letters. Someone else had a station wagon and could transport children. The work developed slowly, but its central claim was radical in a culture that often advised concealment. These children belonged in families, schools, neighborhoods, and public life. The movement did not erase prejudice. Neighbors might stare at a child whose movements, speech, or behavior appeared unfamiliar. Other parents could object to sharing classrooms or playgrounds. Relatives might avoid using the child's name and speak instead of the situation. Public spaces were built without ramps, suitable restrooms, clear signs, or any assumption that disabled people would enter them. Mothers planned routes around stairs, narrow doors, long waits, and strangers who offered pity without assistance. A simple trip to a store could require lifting equipment, calming a distressed child, managing other children, and pretending not to hear an unkind remark. The child was expected to adapt to a world designed without consideration for the child. When adaptation failed, the failure was assigned to the family. Race and poverty multiplied these barriers. Black children with disabilities encountered segregated schools and medical systems before disability support was even considered. A family already denied equal housing, employment, and educational resources had fewer specialists, fewer programs, and less power when officials recommended exclusion. Rural families might live hours from specialized care. Immigrant parents could receive diagnoses they did not fully understand in language that offered little respect for their own knowledge. Working mothers risked wages each time an appointment required travel. Wealth could not remove every difficulty, but it could purchase evaluations, transportation equipment, tutoring, and private education. The language of maternal perseverance often praised women for overcoming barriers that public institutions had chosen not to remove. At night, you sit beside the child's bed after another long day of practice appointments, paperwork, and ordinary family life. The child has learned something new this week. Perhaps it is a word, a step, a button, fasten a picture recognized, or a way of telling you what is needed. The achievement would appear small on a development chart. Inside this room, it is enormous. You begin to understand that the chart can be useful without becoming the definition of the child. Development is not a moral ranking. Independence does not have only one shape. A life does not become valuable by approaching an approved average. The standard of perfect motherhood asked women to produce normal children, although normal was a moving category, created by medicine schools, advertisements, and public comfort. Mothers of children outside that category exposed the weakness of the standard. They could not disguise every difference, nor should they have been required to. Their most important work was often not correcting the child, but confronting a society that confused unfamiliarity with failure. The child will continue growing. Childhood differences will enter adolescence, where bodies change, friendships become sharper, and public expectations become more demanding. Soon the mother will face curfews, school dances driving dating clothing, and the complicated reputation of a teenager who is expected to become independent while every mistake is still entered under the family name. The front door was no longer simply an entrance. By 8 o'clock on a Friday evening, it had become a checkpoint between childhood and the dangerous territory known as growing up. Your teenager stands beneath the hallway light, wearing carefully pressed clothes, polished shoes, and an expression suggesting that the evening will proceed more smoothly if adults avoid unnecessary conversation. A car horn sounds once outside. You look through the curtain and see a young driver sitting behind a wide steering wheel, attempting to appear responsible while surrounded by enough chrome to reflect the entire neighborhood. Before the door opens, there are questions. Who will be there? Where are you going? What time will you return? Who is driving? Will any parents be present? The teenager answers with the strained patience of someone being detained by customs. You straighten a collar or adjust a hem, then stop yourself because the person in front of you is no longer a small child. The strange part is that everyone else may still judge the evening as though the teenager's every choice were the mother's final report card. Adolescence expanded the distance between maternal responsibility and maternal control. A mother could establish curfews, approve clothing, meet friends, supervise telephone calls and repeat warnings before every school dance, but she could not remain beside the teenager once the car pulled away. This did not prevent the community from expecting her to know what happened. A daughter who returned late might be described as poorly supervised. A son who drove recklessly might be said to lack discipline at home. Drinking, fighting, smoking truancy, sexual behavior, and even the company a teenager kept could become evidence of parental failure with particular attention directed toward the mother who had supposedly shaped the child's habits since infancy. The teenager was old enough to make independent mistakes, but young enough for those mistakes to be charged to the family. Perfect motherhood had reached its most complicated stage. You were expected to loosen your grip without allowing anything to fall. Dating rules made this contradiction visible. Many families preferred group outings, school dances, church socials, supervised parties, and dates arranged within familiar social circles. A boy might be expected to come to the door, introduce himself, state the destination, and return the girl at an agreed hour. A girl might be advised not to appear too eager, too distant, too experienced, too innocent, too fashionable, or too plain. She was expected to be attractive enough to receive invitations while protecting a reputation that could be damaged by the very popularity she'd been encouraged to achieve. Her mother helped choose dresses, discussed manners, and offered warnings that were rarely matched by equal scrutiny of boys. The daughter's behavior could be treated as a public measure of maternal guidance. If she dated frequently, people might talk. If she rarely dated, people might still talk, though with different theories. Neighborhood conversation was wonderfully adaptable. The mother stood between her daughter and a sexual code that relied heavily on silence. She was expected to protect the girl from pregnancy coercion, gossip, and emotional injury, without necessarily possessing an honest vocabulary for discussing any of them. A warning might be delivered through phrases about being careful, respecting yourself, avoiding situations, or not allowing a boy to go too far. The daughter might understand completely partially or not at all. Schools and families often offered limited information while popular culture surrounded teenagers with romance, beauty, courtship, and marriage. Girls were taught that desirability mattered and that acting upon desire could destroy them. Boys also faced expectations about masculinity, experience, confidence, and control, but the reputational consequences were not distributed evenly. A son's romantic success could be treated with indulgence. A daughter's could become a family emergency. The mother might disagree privately with this double standard while still teaching it, because the consequences of ignoring it would fall first on the girl. Clothing became another negotiation over identity and public meaning. A teenager wanted garments that resembled those worn by friends, film stars, musicians, and young people shown in advertisements. Parents considered modesty, expense, school rules, durability, and what certain styles might suggest. Hemlines, sweaters, lipstick, hairstyles, tight trousers, leather jackets, and even the way a shirt collar was worn could inspire arguments far larger than the objects themselves. The teenager insisted that everyone dressed that way. The mother knew that everyone usually referred to 3 popular students and 1 magazine photograph. She also remembered being young enough to understand that clothes could determine whether a person felt invisible or accepted. The resulting compromise might involve a sweater allowed only with a jacket lipstick permitted in a lighter shade, or a dress altered after the daughter had already tried to lower the hem herself. A sewing machine could repair fabric. It was less effective against generational change. The rotary telephone extended teenage life directly into the family room. It rang during supper, homework, bathing, and every moment when an adult needed the line. A teenager carried the receiver as far as the cord allowed, turned toward the wall, and attempted to create privacy inside a house designed before private adolescent communication became a major utility demand. Mothers overheard names, pauses, whispered arguments, and laughter while trying not to appear interested. Telephone etiquette required reasonable call lengths, respectful hours, and consideration for other members of the household. Teenagers interpreted these rules as unnecessary interference by people who had apparently forgotten the existence of friendship. One conversation could last 40 minutes and contain very little information. The line remained occupied while relatives, doctors, employers, and the entire outside world waited. Eventually a mother announced that the call must end. The teenager accused her of ruining everything. The telephone, which had entered the house as a symbol of modern convenience, had become a fixed installation for generating resentment. Driving created greater stakes. Access to a family automobile offered freedom, employment, dating, and escape from parental observation. It also brought speed accidents, fuel costs, repair bills, and questions about who could use the car and when. A mother might watch a newly licensed child reverse down the driveway and feel pride mixed with the urge to run after the vehicle, carrying several additional instructions. Teenagers promised to drive carefully, avoid distractions, stay within the approved area, and return before curfew. Parents waited for the sound of the engine in the driveway. 10 o'clock passed, then 10:15. Every passing car sounded possible. The radio remained low. A mother might continue folding laundry or reading the same page while imagining a flat tire, an accident, a police officer, or a date extended without permission. The teenager finally entered at 10:23, surprised that 7 minutes had acquired moral significance. To the teenager, time had moved quickly. To the mother, each minute had arrived separately. These worries differed across race, class, gender, and community. A white teenager from a comfortable family might experience driving as ordinary freedom. A black teenager driving through segregated communities or hostile areas could face scrutiny and danger unrelated to actual behavior. Black mothers warned children about traffic laws. Respectful speech permitted spaces and encounters with police because adolescent independence operated inside racist systems. Immigrant teenagers often negotiated between family traditions and American peer culture, with mothers trying to preserve language, religion, expectations, and authority, while children demanded the freedom classmates appeared to possess. Working-class teenagers might hold jobs after school, contribute wages to the household, supervise siblings, or lack access to cars and paid entertainment. Rural teenagers travelled longer distances and faced fewer public gathering places, turning automobiles, school events and local diners into important social worlds. Disability could make adolescent independence more difficult still, especially where schools' transportation and community activities remained inaccessible. There was no single path into adulthood, though the national image preferred one smiling couple beside one polished car. A mother's relationship with a teenager also became emotionally less visible. Small children reached upward to be held. Teenagers closed bedroom doors. They answered questions with one-word protected friendships and treated concern as intrusion. Yet they still needed food, clean clothing, transportation, money, medical care, reassurance, and somewhere safe to return after humiliation. A daughter might reject advice in the afternoon and sit quietly at the kitchen table after a failed date. A son might dismiss every warning and then ask indirectly whether he had disappointed his father. Mothers learned to remain available without appearing to wait. They placed food on the table, drove without asking too many questions, and listened while washing dishes so that eye contact would not make honesty impossible. The emotional labour had not disappeared. It had become more discreet. By midnight, the front door has closed again. The teenager is home, though perhaps slightly late and unwilling to provide a complete account. Shoes move down the hallway. A bedroom door clicks shut. You turn off the porch light and stand for a moment in the quiet living room, remembering the infant whose breathing you once checked in a crib. The child has grown taller, more private, and increasingly beyond your command. This is what successful parenting was supposed to produce, an independent person. Yet the perfect mother standard continued demanding responsibility, even as independence made responsibility impossible to exercise completely. Soon the child will leave more permanently for work, marriage, college, military service, or a home of their own. The household will grow quieter, and the mother who spent years being judged by children's meals, clothing, health grades, friends, and behaviour will face a final question the advertisements rarely asked. Once the children no longer require constant management, what remains of the woman who was told that perfect motherhood should be enough to contain an entire life? After the children slept, the house did not become empty. It became honest. The kitchen clock continued ticking above a sink of cooling water. A lunchbox stood open to dry beside the dish rack. The report card had been returned to its envelope. A small bandage wrapper remained near the wastebasket, and one paper streamer from a birthday party still clung to the edge of a cabinet, because no one had noticed it during cleanup. In the living room, the radio murmured beneath a lamp while a mother sat down for the first time without being expected to rise immediately. The silence was not complete. Pipes settled. A child coughed behind a bedroom door. The refrigerator hummed with the same confidence it had displayed through every crisis. But the household had released its grip for a few minutes. No one needed a shoe tied, a bottle warmed, a permission slip signed, or an explanation of why bedtime had arrived earlier than justice required. This was the hour when the perfect mother disappeared, and the actual woman remained tired, alert, proud, irritated, relieved, lonely, affectionate, and sometimes uncertain what to do with 10 minutes that belonged only to her. The ideal rarely admitted that motherhood could contain contradictory feelings, because contradiction threatened the entire advertisement. A good mother was expected to love every stage, welcome every sacrifice, and treat exhaustion as proof that life was full, rather than evidence that she needed help. She could be proud of her children and desperate for quiet. She could enjoy making a birthday cake and resent spending the evening scraping frosting from the floor. She could miss a baby while at work and feel grateful to enter a room where adults finish sentences. She could fear the day a teenager left home and also imagine with embarrassing pleasure a bathroom towel remaining where she had placed it. None of these feelings cancelled love. They revealed that love existed inside a human life rather than replacing one. Yet the language available to many mothers was limited. A woman might say she was tired, but not that the role had become too narrow. She might say the children were difficult today, but not that she occasionally longed to be unneeded. She could laugh about the workload if the joke ended with devotion. The culture permitted complaints as long as they did not challenge the arrangement producing them, so dissatisfaction often appeared in disguised forms. It emerged as a headache after company left a sharp reply over spilled milk, a long afternoon nap described as laziness, or the habit of reading magazines at the kitchen table after everyone else had gone to bed. Some women became intensely involved in church groups, school associations, political campaigns, volunteer organizations, clubs, or neighborhood projects because these spaces offered adult companionship and work with visible results. Some took paid jobs and discovered competence that the household had used without naming. Some enrolled in courses, returned to interests abandoned at marriage, wrote letters, painted gardens, sang in choirs, or built friendships that allowed more honesty than family life did. Others found deep satisfaction primarily within motherhood and domestic life, and did not experience the role as a prison. The problem was not that one kind of fulfillment was false. The problem was that one form had been presented as sufficient for nearly every woman under nearly every condition, and failure to feel complete could be interpreted as a flaw in character rather than evidence that human beings require different lives. The standard also concealed how much skill mothers had accumulated. You could tell whether a fever required watching by the feel of a forehead and the change in a child's eyes. You could stretch a chicken across several meals, remove grass from white socks, recognize which cry meant pain, remember 3 school schedules, locate missing objects, calm an argument, and judge from the sound of the front door whether a teenager was angry. You learned which teacher responded to a careful note, which doctor listened, which neighbor could be trusted, which grocery clerk would save a better cut, and how much money remained without opening the household ledger. This was management, nursing, transportation, education, food production, emotional mediation, public relations, and emergency response conducted under the title of just being a mother. Because the work was associated with love, it was often treated as instinct. Instinct was a convenient explanation. It removed the need to count hours, provide training share responsibility, or admit that the cheerful woman in the advertisement had developed professional-level expertise while receiving no promotion beyond another child requiring clean socks. The consequences of falling short were not distributed equally. A prosperous white mother could fail to bake a cake and recover socially. A poor mother whose child arrived hungry might face school officials, charitable investigators, or neighbours who treated lack of money as lack of care. A working mother could be blamed for absence while depending on wages no one else offered to replace. A black mother could prepare a child perfectly and still watch racism override every lesson in respectability. An immigrant mother could preserve a family's language and be accused of slowing assimilation, or encourage English, and fear losing intimacy with her own child. A mother of a disabled child could devote her life to care and still be advised to remove that child from community view. The impossible standard claimed to be about devotion, but it was often enforced through resources, institutions, and prejudices beyond any individual woman's control. It asked mothers to correct what schools, employers, hospitals, housing policy, segregation, and economic inequality had created. When they could not, the failure was made personal, and yet mothers did not simply endure these systems, they altered them. They organized school programs, vaccination drives, parent associations, disability advocacy groups, church networks, childcare exchanges, civil rights campaigns, neighborhood safety efforts, and informal systems of food transportation and care. They pressed doctors for answers, challenged teachers, protected children from institutions, opened homes to relatives, and shared knowledge that official manuals overlooked. Some resisted openly. Others bent rules, quietly ignored bad advice, rejected impossible schedules, or chose what worked for the child in front of them rather than the expert on the page. The perfect mother ideal portrayed women as guardians of tradition, but mothers were constantly revising tradition through practical necessity. A bottle was fed early because the baby was hungry. A daughter was encouraged to study because her mother wanted wider choices for her. A child considered uneducable was taught at the kitchen table until a public school was forced to reconsider. A black teenager was sent through a hostile school entrance because a family understood that waiting politely would not make justice arrive. As the 1950s ended, the polished ideal did not disappear. It remained in advertisements, family photographs, television programs, advice columns, and memories shaped by time. But the contradictions were becoming harder to contain. More mothers were working for pay. More parents were questioning rigid authority. Civil rights activism exposed the exclusion beneath the national family portrait. Parents of disabled children demanded education and community support. Women who had been told that domestic fulfillment should answer every personal need began searching for language that could describe the unease. In the following decade, books and public debate would give some of that dissatisfaction a louder voice, though often through a white middle-class experience that did not represent every mother. The questions were older than the books that named them. How much of one person's life should belong to the care of others? Why was work considered natural when women did it, and valuable when someone else was paid? Why did the child's achievement reflect the mother's success while the father's role remained easier to praise and harder to measure? The quiet house had been holding these questions for years. You rise from the chair and walk once more through the rooms. The baby book rests on a shelf, now its pages filled with pencil marks, beside advice that was followed, ignored, or survived. A school photograph stands on the mantel. In it, the child wears a clean collar and an expression suggesting that childhood was straightforward. A birthday picture shows candles, paper hats, and several children caught between movement and a command to smile. The image does not show the shopping list, the tears before the photograph, or the mother standing just outside the frame. That does not make the happiness false, it makes the picture incomplete. The comfort was real, so was the labor. The family affection was real, so were the boredom, pressure, fear, humor, and moments of private anger. A home can be a place of warmth and confinement in the same afternoon. A mother can feel grateful and exhausted before the same cup of coffee becomes cold. Now the old house begins to fade. The kitchen light goes out. The school gate closes. The pool becomes still beneath the summer evening. The office elevator stops between floors and the final bus carries a working mother toward a neighborhood disappearing into darkness. The standards that once governed these rooms have changed, though their echoes remain whenever a child's behavior is treated as proof of one parent's worth, whenever caregiving is praised more easily than it is supported, or whenever a mother is told to enjoy every moment while completing several of them at once. You do not have to resolve those contradictions tonight. Let the bottles cool, let the report card remain in its envelope, and let the imaginary children sleep without one final inspection. The women who raised them were never perfect. They were more interesting than that. They were skilled, inconsistent, frightened, funny, resourceful, limited. Loving human beings doing work no one could perform without mistakes. The clock is quieter now. Your own room has returned. Let your shoulders settle, allow the old hallway to recede, and leave the perfect mother inside the advertisement, where she has never needed sleep, lost her temper, or discovered a permission slip at 7:58 in the morning. She will be fine. Apparently her children always remember their lunch money.